notice of the emergency exit arrangements, please?
Certainly, sir. Thank you, and good morning, everybody. We're not expecting any fire drill this morning, so if that alarm goes, we do have to evacuate the building, exiting by the doors behind you and downstairs on the left. And in spite of the weather, the fire assembly point is along the pathway here by the second column. And I understand there would be people to assist if people need assistance. Ladies and gents, just outside and on the left, as are drinks facilities during any adjournment that we expect to make. I think everybody has been here before, but yes, for confirmation.
Right, thank you. The mobile phones, if they can be switched to silent or switched off. Are there any objections to this hearing being recorded? It does help me. So unless... Yes, Mr. Newbold.
Hello. Yeah, I'd just like to say the Trust are recording this as well, and we understand the council will be the proper version that will be looked at. Could I just also say I'd like to thank Mr. Hollocks and everybody that came out yesterday in the rain to visit Tobacco World, because it's very good of them.
Well, that's very kind of you to say that to the Newbold. Much appreciated. Good. So no objection to these, this hearing being recorded. I think by this stage we probably know each other, so there's probably no need for introductions. So I think we'll get straight on with the agenda. Item 2 is submissions on 3 court transcripts which were submitted by the council and Mr. Hollidge. So now, Mr. Phillips, you've given me a written response. Thank you very much. That's HBC 26. Yes, 26. Is there anything that you wish to add to it at this stage?
At this stage, no, sir. It was just, I think, for the benefit of others attending. I'm aware that the Programme Officer has arranged for hard copies of that on the table at the back, just in case people wanted a closer engagement in respect to the arguments that will come out in discussion on those court cases.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hollidge, did you wish to make any submissions on these 3 High Court cases?
Yes, thank you. Is this working? Hello? Yes, I would like to make some submissions. Firstly, I've seen the submission that the council has made, which I think runs about 4 pages, which Mr. Phillips was just referring to. It's rather an odd submission in the sense that it's been signed by Mr. Phillips, and I'd just like to ask firstly whether Mr. Phillips has, not that I'm aware that he has any legal qualification, whether he could tell me that, and also given this is an opinion on the 3 court cases, whether this has been referred to the Borough Solicitor, and if not, why not? And why hasn't the Borough Solicitor signed this submission?
Okay, but in the meantime, do you wish to...
Yes, I have a fair bit to say. Yeah. Do you want me to continue?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is essentially we've got 3 court cases here, and for the benefit of some of the people here who won't know this, there is a sort of ranking of hierarchy for courts in this country. Most planning cases that come to court will go to the High Court in the first instance. Where there is an appeal from the High Court, it will go to the Court of Appeal. An appeal from the Court of Appeal is usually fairly rare. If it does so, it will then go to the Supreme Court. So for the purposes of this planning inquiry, the Court of Appeal case in St Albans is the highest ranking court and the case which holds the most weight. Now, this is not a planning appeal, we're not in the High Court. I don't want to go through each transcript sort of word for word, sort of verbatim, and argue the tops on each particular point because I don't think it's particularly relevant. I just principally sum up. I have had the opportunity of speaking to Gladman Holmes, who are referred to in the Woking case, I believe, as I'm doing some work with them on a quite large site for 700 units in New Romney. I've also taken informal planning advice from Sasha White QC from Landmark Chambers, who's one of the country's leading planning barristers. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today. We're working together on another case in Maidstone, again for 700 units, and he is having to hold a conference on that today, which I should have been at as well, but we both couldn't be in two places, so he's doing that and I'm here. Now, if it would help the inspector afterwards, I could ask Mr. White to give you a brief written summary of the issues. I don't know whether the planning inspector or the planning inspector has advice to law, legal advice in terms of how these cases work. That was an offer. As I say, I've discussed it informally with him. And really the issue is this, and all three, I have to say I find it very strange the cases that the council have submitted, because they actually all support a Court of Appeal decision in St Albans. And that is essentially that in terms of the core strategy has to include an objectively arrived at assessment of housing need for the borough over the planning period. And that cannot be a constrained figure. That has to be an objectively assessed figure. Whether the council can meet that figure is another matter altogether. But the core strategy must include that figure. In all three cases, I don't know whether you've read them in detail, they run to quite a lengthy...
well, these cases before us, yes.
Yeah. They're all quite clear on this, that the first point is the core strategy must include an objectively assessed housing figure. And the most relevant piece of evidence in relation to that will be the strategic housing market assessment. Now, there is one which was produced I believe, by Wessex Economics in June 2013, which supports the figures that I put forward in my submission, which was for about 404 units per annum, as opposed to the 200 contained in the core strategy. And in Mr. Phillips's submission, he actually agrees that that is the objectively assessed housing need. And I think indeed yourself agreed with that in saying that I think at paragraph 53 of your report, that the projection for 404 net dwellings is the unconstrained requirement, and it's generally accepted by the council and other parties. So I think we're all agreed that that is the figure, which is the unconstrained figure. And that's the figure which should be in the core strategy, regardless of what the development management plan says and what the council can or cannot achieve. Now, all three cases support that. And I suppose there is an argument that was put forward in the Woking case, and all three cases are different in terms of the material facts that they put forward. But essentially in the Woking case, which is Gladman Holmes, and I spoke to Gladman about it, and I think the common parlance is that it was a herring to catch a sprat to catch a herring or mackerel, or whatever it is, in that they advanced the case knowing that they would lose it, but it was in relation to establishing this point about the objectively assessed housing need figure being required in the core strategy. And they are now using that case in relation to another site within that borough council, which I believe is going through a planning appeal at the moment. Now, in the Wokingham case, which I think Mr. Phillips alludes to as being sort of the more similar of the cases to the current situation, I think what happened there was the High Court decided that it's a rather circular argument that the development management plan has to deliver what is in the core strategy. Whether the core strategy is wrong doesn't entirely undo that body of work in the development management plan, in the sense that that development management plan can be adopted, but then the onus is on the planning authority as their duty of, as they're obliged to monitor both all their planning documents on a regular basis, that they will then have to go back and revise the core strategy figures, which will then require them to do further work on the development management plan. So the development management plan in the Wokingham case, and it's probably an argument that could be put forward here, is that it could be adopted, albeit it only relates to that proportion that's contained in the core strategy. The fact is that the core strategy is unsound in the Wokingham case and in all the other cases because they've not taken the objectively assessed figure. Now, as I say, it's a rather circular argument. It could be said that the development management plan in this instance could be found to be sound because it's just trying to deliver on what's in the core strategy. But the core strategy itself, despite the fact that it's been adopted and despite the fact that there was no judicial challenge at the time, is still unsound in terms of the requirements of the NPPF. So the fact is that the current core strategy for Hastings is unsound. Now, there are a number of ways that this can be dealt with, and we've been expected to consider this. One is we can abandon this inquiry. One is we can abandon this inquiry and start again, which I'm not proposing. The second thing is that what we can do to circumvent this will be to put a forward in the development management plan, which acknowledges the fact that the core strategy contains the incorrect figure for objectively assessed housing need, and therefore the core strategy will be required to be reviewed in accordance with the NPPF and these current court cases, recent court cases, and that further work will then be required on the development management plan to try to establish whether those figures can be delivered. Now, as I think I've said in a number of previous hearings, whether the council can achieve the figure within the core strategy is neither here nor there. It's not uncommon, in fact it's more common than uncommon for local authorities not to be able to achieve the figures in the core strategy and therefore be deemed to not have a current 5-year housing supply. And that is exactly the case that applies here. So in essence, the core strategy is unsound. The development management plan, as a consequence of that, is arguably unsound as well. But in order to avoid wasting a huge amount of time and effort that's gone into this, in particular these inquiries to date, the only possible way around this is, as I say, to put a forward in the development management plan, which acknowledges that the core strategy figure is unsound, that it will be required to be reviewed in accordance with the NPPF and the current SMH strategic housing market assessment, where the requirement is for 404 houses per year rather than the 200 that's been adopted, and that the council will then be obliged to carry out further work to update this development management plan to take account of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to say anything on these High Court, on these court transcripts, with particular reference to particular paragraphs in it? So yes, Mr. Newbold.
I can't do that, I'm afraid, because we only received a copy of this 2 days ago, and we haven't had a chance to actually have a look at the actual submission from the Council for HB 26. Apparently it was listed wrong on the internet.
Right, so what do you wish to say?
That was my point.
Okay, right. Does anybody else wish to say anything on these court transcripts before I turn to the council? Actually, there's one point I'd like to take up with you, Mr. Hodge, at this point. You've asked about Mr. Phillips whether he has legal qualifications and whether the borough solicitor has been involved. Can I ask you, are you addressing me now as a chartered surveyor?
Sorry, if I can clarify my position. I think, as we probably recall from the last session I went to, Mr. Phillips tried to do a character assassination.
No, they were straightforward questions.
I think the position is that I have written confirmation here from the RICS which tells me that they've closed their file in regards to this complaint. I have an acknowledgement from them that they have received my application for reinstatement. Again, I have written confirmation here, and that it's being processed at the moment.
Right.
It should take up to 4 weeks, so it'd be,
Yeah, okay.
I would expect to be reinstated in the next week or so.
Right, okay. I mean, I'm not asking for any documentary evidence, because I'm taking your word for it. But the position at present, as I understand it, is that you have reapplied or you've applied for membership and you expect to be accepted within the next couple of weeks. Is that right?
Yes, as I said before, I've been a chartered surveyor for over 28 years, and I refused to renew my membership for 1 year in a protest really against ever increasing fees, and really the fact that I got very little out of having an MRICS designation. It was a vain protest, and I applied to be reinstated. I have a letter of support with my application, and it's all being processed at the moment. As I say, the RICS have confirmed that they've closed their file in terms of any investigation of Mr. Phillips's complaint. Thank you.
Right, good. So, yes, Mr. Ingleton, on these transcripts.
I just wanted to ask whether in fact there's been any input from the Royal Town Planning Institute on these cases which may have been useful, and whether that's a benefit.
Well, I don't know the answer to that, whether anybody else does. So, Council, Mr. Phillips, did you wish to respond to any of those points?
Yeah, if I may, sir, I think first of all it's quite astonishing, having also been invited to make a submission on the cases, that nothing has come in from Mr. Hollidge. He's made a number of points today, but if I may firstly address his queries of me and the Council Solicitor, sir. I'm appointed to be the Council's principal witness at this inquiry, and the submissions on the legal cases are not legal submissions. They are made in respect to this planning examination. They have been consulted with the lead member for planning, Councillor Chowney, the relevant service director and head of service, and they have been approved for submission to you, sir, as the Council's response to the cases that have been mentioned. I think, sir, the other point that Mr. Hollidge has made about having chatted to Wokingham and chatted to Sasha White, who I also happen to know quite well and work with, are purely hearsay. We haven't seen anything in writing at all. I would, sir, again reaffirm what we have said very firmly in our submissions, that if the legal position from any court has not been successfully challenged, whichever court that is, that decision stands until it has been successfully challenged. So Mr. Hollidge's rambling through the court hierarchy doesn't make any difference to the court decisions that have been made and are still valid and relevant. He seems, as we've said in our submission, sir, again, to be mistaken in the fact that the court strategy must contain objectively assessed housing needs. And I think that in that sense, I'd like to refer to one of the paragraphs of our submission that talks about paragraph 20 of that St Albans judgment. And this is paragraph 5.
Yeah.
And this confirms that having looked at an unconstrained housing figure, it is then necessary to decide whether fulfilling that clearly outweighs the harm which would be caused, in this case, in the St Albans case, of the green belt. But more importantly, as the High Court had rightly said, that final stage involved planning judgment, and was not a matter for the courts. So going back again, sir, to the submissions that have been made in respect of St Albans, and referring now to paragraph 3 of our submission, it talks about the St Albans case when properly read and interpreted alongside the council's submitted local plan, wholly supports the council's position and the levels of housing growth set down within the submitted development management plan. At paragraph 6 of our submission, it refers to paragraph 25 of the judgment, and it confirms there is clear reference in that to the sub-paragraph of the paragraph 47 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which Mr Hollidge has quoted at length during the hearing, and which advises local authorities as follows, and I quote, to ensure their local plan meets the full objectively assessed needs for market and affordable housing in the housing market area, then importantly, as far as is consistent with the policies set out in this framework. At paragraph 7 of our submission, sir, we go on to say that quite clearly the Lord Justices in this case stated that the qualification contained in this quote is not qualifying housing needs, it's qualifying the extent to which the local plan should go to meet those needs. And then that paragraph, our paragraph 7, sir, confirms that this is the approach which takes proper account of the need to read the framework as a whole, and indeed to read paragraph 47 of the framework as a whole. I think it's again interesting, sir, in respect of what Mr Hollidge has suggested, and I'm glad he's certainly not advocating abandonment of the inquiry, but I do not believe that his second suggestion is valid at all for some of the other reasons that we address, sir, in our submission. Providing that there is a clear acceptance that a proper, unconstrained housing needs assessment has been carried out, and that it hasn't been tempered or depressed by policy or other designations, then that meets the first test of the first part of paragraph 47. So if I may, sir, I would now like to remind everybody of your own report on the planning strategy, and where at paragraph 53 of that strategy you conclude, sir, that this unconstrained objectively assessed housing needs shows an annual estimate of 404 net dwellings. And you go on, sir, to say that this unconstrained requirement is generally accepted by the council and other parties, but that the contention lies in the degree to which it should be met. You then, sir, in paragraph 56, talk about these constraints being valuable assets which give the borough its unique charm, character and appeal. And I recall, sir, at the earlier hearing sessions, you advised everybody of that, I think particularly in respect of points being made in discussion at the time by Maureen and Teresa Giles. And you went on to say these valuable assets should be protected, and this implies significant limitations on the capacity of the borough to accommodate growth. And you then, sir, conclude that the scale of housing growth envisaged in the strategy of at least 3,400 dwellings is about right, and said that that is as much as the borough can reasonably take into account the three dimensions of sustainable development. So if you look then at the other court cases, sir, and what we have said on them, it is not correct, as has been suggested, that a core strategy must include a figure always for the full, unconstrained, objectively assessed housing needs. It is then a matter of planning judgment for an inspector, having recognised that test must first be met, i.e. an unconstrained figure must be arrived at, to then balance that with all of the other factors in the framework. And that will include things such as A and B, local wildlife sites, conservation areas, listed buildings, infrastructure capacity. And the St Albans decision again makes it absolutely clear that those things are a matter for planning judgment and not a matter for the courts. Finally, sir, in paragraph 19 of our submission, we confirm that all three of these cases do not change the law and the statutory duty on an examining inspector to determine whether a plan is sound. An inspector does not, as a matter of law, have to follow any particular approach to assessing housing need, so long as he or she has had regard to all relevant considerations, including all relevant policies within the framework. Whether a DPD is sound is entirely a question of planning judgment for the inspector. We go on to say that an inspector is also not, as a matter of law, required to follow any particular policy within the NWPF in relation to objectively assess housing needs, where and providing that he has rational planning reasons for departing from them. We then, sir, at the end of that paragraph, conclude that the work already undertaken at the planning strategy stage has very clearly set out in your report those clear and rational reasons, and the fact that you have recognised, and it was recognised by others at that strategy inquiry, that there had been an unconstrained housing need assessment carried out. You then, sir, go on to confirm at para 56 the issue of the valuable assets and constraints, which imply significant limitations on the capacity of the borough to accommodate growth. Then, sir, if I may turn finally, because of Mr. Holledge's contention that the DMP would be unsound without his suggested forward, we would disagree entirely with that. I refer you, sir, then to your report on the strategy and paragraph 81, your concluding paragraph, in respect of housing and housing needs. And you confirm that current and future demographic and market trends should be the basis for estimating number and mix of new dwellings required, and these represent the full objectively assessed needs in this part of the housing market area. This part referring, sir, to the fact that that exercise was carried out jointly with Rother District Council, something that you heard from Mr. Marlow when he was here earlier in the hearing session. You then, sir, confirm, as is your proper duty, that having balanced all of the framework policies and read the entirety of para 47, that you say, in view, however, of the importance of the environmental assets which give the borough its unique character and which should be protected, the planning strategy provides for as much housing as is consistent with the policies set out in the framework and in the right places. In this respect, it is sound. So we would conclude, sir, that looking then at the purpose of this development management plan, and where we make it absolutely clear that the purpose of this plan is to deliver the planning strategy, that we have shown where and how we can deliver those figures, and in our view, sir, and in the respect of objectively assessed housing needs and housing numbers, the plan is sound. I think again, sir, it is just beholden upon me to remind others present that whilst there has been an inconsistency from Mr. Holledge in saying he doesn't want to increase or double the numbers of houses in the borough, his comments this morning seem to indicate entirely the opposite. And for those people that are already concerned about a level of 3,400 houses in the borough over the planned period because of their concerns about environmental constraints, that is the reality of what Mr. Holledge's second suggested approach, i.e. not abandoning the inquiry, would seem to lead to. And I, sir, do not believe that to be either appropriate, necessary, or indeed a sound approach, and one which militates against you continuing with this examination and dealing with the development management plan on that basis.
Thank you. Right, yes, Mr. Holledge.
This is exactly what I didn't want to get involved in. I said this is not a planning appeal, it's not a High Court case, therefore to randomly select parts of all of these three case law is not the proper approach. My point earlier about whether Mr. Phillips had any legal qualification or whether the borough solicitor had reviewed this submission and was prepared to put their name to it is entirely inappropriate. The people he referred to earlier as having been consulted, I think Mr. Chow, is a local councillor. I'm not sure who the other gentleman was that he referred to. None of these have got a legal understanding of these cases. Now, you can take bits out of each of them, and they can tell you whatever you want. There is, as I said earlier, there are what are called material facts, which are pertinent to each particular case in isolation. And if you look at it, therefore you have to look at all of the case and every one of the cases and distinguish those material facts. Now, quite clearly, from reading the case law, all three cases were decided on the basis that the planning inspector in each instance had erred in law in using or the core strategy not having an unconstrained figure contained within it. Now, these things happen. Case law evolves. The MPPF itself is, in relative terms, is a recent document, and there will be an evolution of case law as the years progress. But quite clearly, in those three cases, each planning inspector erred in law by not including in the core strategy a fully, objectively, unconstrained housing figure. Now, Mr. Phillips sort of alluding to whether I'm in favour of this or not in favour of this is neither here nor there. The fact is that these documents have to be correct, and if they need to be corrected, then they need to be corrected. It's not, it's not an uncommon situation, as these three cases demonstrate. Three planning inspectors have erred in law in not including this objectively obsessed figure. And what you have to look at is, if you look at the whole MPPF document and the case law, is you have to consider planning documents as a whole. This effectively comprises the core strategy and the development management plan. Now, the core strategy has to identify that figure. The development management plan then has to try and deliver the figure. The development management plan is the document where you can then start looking at what is the constrained figure and whether that can be achieved or not. It's not for the core strategy. And that is where all three inspectors erred in law in that they were considering constraints. Now, the reference to the St Albans cases, as I say, when you look at the material facts and what Mr Phillips was saying about these being planning judgments and wholly from a planning inspector, that's not actually correct. What those cases are saying is that in that particular instance, what was in question was the green belt. And that is referred to in the MPPF and has to be taken into consideration. But all the other factors that Mr Phillips has listed, as the listed buildings, conservation areas of outstanding natural beauty, etc., those are not contained within the MPPF and were not considered in the St Albans case. That was really purely in relation to the green belt.
Oh, well, just a minute, I'm not sure is that right, because if we look at the MPPF paragraph 47,
I'm talking about the case, the actual case. They didn't consider, all they were considering in that case was the green belt.
Right.
And that's the nuance that, unfortunately, Mr Phillips doesn't appear to be able to grasp at the moment.
I see.
And he does go on to quote that when you get this constrained figure, unconstrained figure, that a planning inspector has to demonstrate that there are rational planning reasons for departing from them. And none of these constraints fit that mould. As I say, we're not in a high court. What I'm saying is that if the core strategy or this forward's not included, then when any planning appeal comes in, then the core strategy will be found to be unsound, and therefore it will need to be amended, and in consequence the development management plan will need to be amended. And that's the essence of this. As I say, all three cases are quite clear that the core strategy was contained an unconstrained, objectively assessed housing need as the starting point. The other planning document is a development management plan, which can then look at it on a case-by-case basis. It is not for the planning inspector to do that at the core strategy stage. All that is to do is to identify what is the housing need figure, whether that council can actually meet that in the development management plan document. As I say, it's neither here nor there. It's a case of, if they can't, then they have an unfulfilled housing need, and that's, as I say, it's fairly common practice at the moment. So that's a starting point. As I say, it's quite a simplistic argument in that the core strategy is unsound at present.
The planning strategy.
The planning strategy,
it is basically a core strategy.
Yeah, is unsound at present. Now, the remedies to this, as I say, you can stop this inquiry, go and amend the core strategy, then do a new development management planning document which accords with that core strategy. Or was what happened in the Wokingham case is they said, well, look, fair enough, we accept that, but the situation is that the whole volume of work has been done on this in relation to the figures that are contained in that core strategy, albeit they are incorrect, so that the development management plan document should stand, but the core strategy will be required, as councils are required to review all their planning documents and be amended, in which case further work will need to be done to identify future sites. And that's the essential argument. So you can find, and it's down to your choice, you can find the development management plan to be unsound or sound, but it doesn't alter the fact that the core strategy, as it stands, is unsound because it doesn't have an objectively assessed housing need as its key component.
Right.
So that it will then, if a planning appeal comes in or a High Court challenge, that document will be found to be unsound and in consequence will need to be updated and that will then in turn lead to the development management plan needing to be updated.
Right. Can I just say I can agree with you on a number of matters, Mr. College. I mean, if we can turn now to paragraph 47 in the framework. It says that to boost significantly the supply of housing, local planning authorities should use their evidence base to ensure that their local plan meets the full, objectively assessed needs for market and affordable housing in the housing market area. That is something, that, if you like, is the unconstrained need. It's the policy off approach.
Yeah.
So you get that figure, which is was included in my report and is included in the planning strategy. That worked out at just over 400 houses per annum. That's step one. You then go on to consider how far that objectively assessed need is consistent with the policies set out in this framework. Now, this framework, the MPPF, includes policies on greenbelt, on listed buildings, on conservation areas, on AONB, ancient woodland, is that included? I can't remember, but that is certainly important as regards Hastings. So you take that qualification.
I was just going to say, what you have to consider is the MPPF considers the planning documents as a whole. So it's when the MPPF is talking about the core strategy, it's also talking about the development management plan. So that's where the confusion comes in.
Right.
The development management, where you're talking about the second step, if you like, that second step is the development management plan has to then consider that, not the core strategy.
Well, the development management plan has to consider that because it's built on the framework of the core strategy.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the first step is assessing the objectively assessed housing.
Policy off.
Yeah. The MPPF is not referring to one planning document, it's referring to a suite of planning documents. So the first step is the objectively assessed housing need, which needs to be incorporated into the core strategy. The second step, development management plan, will then consider the constraints to that figure.
Which is what it's done.
No, it hasn't. The core strategy has considered the constraints to that figure and put a constrained figure in the core strategy.
And then we move on to...
So the core strategy is wrong.
No, we move on. You know, having looked at the unconstrained need, you take that step one. You then look at the qualification. You take into account the constraints like well, I'm not Greenbelt here, but in other parts of the country. You take into account AONB, listed buildings, conservation areas, and that results in a requirement. So the distinction is between the unconstrained need and the policy on requirement.
No, what all these cases are saying is that unconstrained figure should be in the core strategy. The considerations on constraint should be in the development management plan document. You don't consider the constraints to come up to a constrained figure for the core strategy. It's a subtle argument, but that is the position of all these three cases.
Right.
And I think in the certainly in the Court of Appeal case, I think in summing up, the judge explained that this was a difficult point to get across.
Yeah.
But that is in essence the core strategy figure must be an unconstrained figure.
Well, another point I'd like to put to you, in your view, did I err in law? And if I did, why wasn't my decision challenged?
At the time, in terms of mounting a legal challenge, for my particular clients, that wouldn't, the cost of doing that wouldn't have been reflected in the worthwhile attempt at doing it. If I was Taylor Wimpey or Barrett's or somebody like that, then I might, and I was considering a site of several hundred units, then it would have been open to challenge. And I think
you might have been able to persuade them that they had a very good case.
Well, perhaps I could have, but I'm not a planning barrister on this. So, and I say in terms of the cost of mounting a High Court challenge, it's not in my client's case. They can afford to do that. But
so I got away with it.
You got away with it. But that's not to say a challenge won't come in later. Not in relation to my client's land in this sense, but if a developer were to come in and consider a large site, probably several hundred units, I would fathom would be making an economical position to go for a High Court challenge, then that's the argument that they will be putting forward, that yes, unfortunately, the core strategy did err in law in the fact that it considered a constrained figure rather than an unconstrained figure.
Well, I think we'll have to leave that to another day. So
that's why I say I didn't want to get into a mass legal argument about this. It's I say it's more a situation that will arise in the future in terms of a planning appeal or a High Court challenge. But there is an opportunity, and it does say so in one of the cases, that the inspector is able to cure a defect in an earlier document. And that is what I'm suggesting in this case, is rather than go to the expense of abandoning this current round of consultation and hearings and so forth, the easiest way to deal with this is just to put forward in the development management plan document, identifying the fact that the core strategy figure is a constrained figure, will need to be reviewed in light of the recent judgments and the NPPF as a whole, and that further work will be required in due course on the development management plan.
I mean, what about happening in any case? I mean, these plans do get reviewed every so often.
Well, I think it's, I suppose the problem is that if people come into the documents without knowing the history or whatever, would be somewhat misled by the fact that this wasn't included, and therefore it should be included. As you say, the council are under a duty to review these documents. I don't know how often the core strategy will be reviewed. It's only been adopted earlier this year. I think the suggestion is that certainly in terms of the strategic housing market assessment, that it's an annual update. Those June 2013 figures are still pretty pertinent, and that is the objective of assessed housing need. So yes, I mean it could happen in due course, but that doesn't give any help to people in the interim.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Newbold, is there anything you wish to add as regards these transcripts?
It's just some clarification. Can we actually say then that the current demographic was used to come up with this figure of 404 net houses, or the requirement for that? Because I didn't quite get that from what was being said. Also, that was in paragraph 81, and in paragraph 19, we were told that they do not change the law. This is in reference to the court hearings. Were the actual judgments upheld?
Well, they weren't challenged as far as I know.
Well, perhaps I can clarify Mr. Newbold's point on that. Yes, in all three cases, the judge did decide that the core strategy, or that the core strategy should contain that objectively assessed housing need figure unconstrained. That is the judgment in all three cases.
Okay. Right, unless there's anybody else wishes to say anything about these transcripts, I will ask the council if you wish to. I think we're pretty well done it today, quite honestly, but...
Just very briefly, sir, because whilst Mr. Holliges, I'm glad he's confirmed this isn't a court hearing, because obviously then it's perfectly proper for the council to submit its planning submissions on those cases to you, sir. But in respect of the comment you just made, all three cases confirm the core strategy should include. I'd like to remind you the St Albans case didn't include a core strategy. It was a Section 78 appeal. So nothing to do. I think equally, sir, you may mention one can pick and choose, but I think he's perhaps making a huge assumption, sir, that you're not capable of reading all three of those transcripts in detail and coming to your own view as to what they say in their totality. Our submissions have set out what we believe to be the case. I'd also, sir, just take an issue. He said we hadn't mentioned Greenbelt. That's clearly referenced at paragraph 5 of our submission on this, which identifies that nature of that St Albans case. He did state, although I think he subsequently retracted, that there was no reference in the framework to AOBs and listed buildings. Well, there's multiple references to environmental and heritage constraints, which will have an impact upon your planning judgment as to how much growth can be sensibly accommodated when that framework is read in its totality. You also, sir, rightly referred to the fact that there is always provision for review in any development plan. The core strategy was, as was indicated, only adopted last year. I'm also aware, sir, that within a very short radius of here, there are at least 3 other core strategies that have been found sound that do not meet their full objectively assessed housing needs for sound planning reasons, having themselves gone through a full examination. It may also be worth, sir, because it's quite a, if I can say it, a complementary paragraph to paragraph 47 of the framework, and that's paragraph 14, which talks about plan making and the presumption in favour of sustainable development. But it then goes on to say for plan making, this means that, and the first bullet point is talking about should positively seek opportunities to meet the development needs of their area. The second bullet point talks about local plans should meet objectively assessed needs with sufficient flexibility to adapt to rapid change, and this brings in the point of review. Then it goes on to say, unless, and these are 2 important caveats, any adverse impact of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework taken as a whole, or where specific policies in this framework indicate that development should be restricted. And we've heard through this hearing, sir, a number of concerns from people that do believe that in certain locations and circumstances it is perfectly appropriate and within the framework and the consistency of that framework for development to be so restricted. I think, sir, that's probably all that we need to say in respect of the arguments that have been put forward, and you obviously have our written submission on the cases before you.
Thank you. Yes, very briefly, Mr. Hollidge, anything further?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, as I say, want to go into this in any great detail. I mean, the fact that Mr. Phillips said that sort of about picking and choosing, I mean, this is the whole point I was making. I don't want to go through each transcript on a sort of line-by-line basis. And the reason for that is I fully accept that you're quite capable of doing that yourself in your own time. And therefore it's not really appropriate to do it here now. But Mr. Phillips insists on going through bits and pieces. In relation, just quickly in relation to the St Albans case, he talks about he wasn't talking about core strategy. The whole point of the St Albans case was to define what the MPPF said regardless of the core strategy. So it wasn't a discussion on core strategy, but what that case decided was that this objectively assessed unconstrained figure was the figure that had to be put into the planning document. I think where Mr. Phillips is getting confused is that the MPPF is talking about a suite of documents, planning documents, not talking about one in isolation to the other. So as I said previously, the unconstrained figure goes in core strategy, where you consider the areas of outstanding natural beauty, listed buildings, etc., that's for the development management plan to consider, and that's where you get your constrained figure. The fact that he's referred to other areas in their plans, including constrained figures in their core strategy, well, again, those plans will be open to challenge in due course. That's the fact that they've been passed to this state, so has the current core strategy for this area, but it doesn't mean to say that it's sound, and they will be challenged in the future.
Okay, right. I think, right, well, if we can now move on to item 3, outstanding matters with regard to the Barley Lane emission site. This is your site, isn't it, Mr. Hollidge?
It's my client's.
It's your client's. Well, as you know, I have heard quite a bit about Barley Lane from yourself and also from the council. We had an accompanied site inspection, I think it was on December the 5th, when I spent at least an hour on the site and in the surroundings. Now, is there anything further to be submitted on as regards Barley Lane? Mr. Hollidge.
Yes, and I think part of it relates to the freedom of information request, which has been talked about a lot, and there's been numerous email exchanges on this, and perhaps I wasn't wanting to ask some questions of Mr. Phillips and Mr. Chowney, but Mr. Chowney's not here, I don't believe. And I just wanted to firstly, some procedural matters here that I have to raise. In the first hearing session, you recall that I asked Mr. Chowney and Mr. Phillips why they had attended at my client's site on Friday the 14th. And Mr. Phillips and Mr. Chowney both vehemently said that they hadn't attended. And I think, if you recall, I think Mr. Chowney rather unfortunately called me a liar, and despite being offered the chance to retract that and make an apology, he refused to do so. Now, in relation to this freedom of information request, I'd just like to ask Mr. Phillips again whether that is still the position in terms of the freedom of information request, that other than the site inspection, Mr. Phillips has not attended at the site, and likewise Mr. Chairman. Obviously Mr. Chairman is not here, but in terms of the freedom of information request, it's come back and confirmed that neither of them attended. I'd just like to ask Mr. Phillips whether that's still the case.
I'm more than happy to do that, sir, and what I can confirm is that during the last of the hearing sessions when we were dealing with emission sites, I had confirmed that we had visited with the Council's enforcement officer and taken some photographs which indeed were submitted to the examination, and we did not enter the site. We asked permission. We took those photographs from public vantage points, having asked permission to do so. I then attended the site visit with Mr. Hollidge, his clients, contractors, and yourself, sir. Those are the only occasions, or that is the only occasion I have been onto the site. Councillor Chowney, in respect of the one freedom of information request that Mr. Hollidge submitted, I'm aware that the information officer for the council had responded to say that Councillor Chowney had not attended on that date, and the current or the latest FOI from Mr. Hollidge is asking for copies of emails, any emails or any correspondence between Mr. Chowney and any officers in the planning department, in the arboricultural or landscape, and we have, through the information officer, sir, this has been entirely separate from my dealings with this examination, advised him that Councillor Chowney has been a member for some considerable period of time, and that in the Council's view that the cost of determining whether the whole information requested would far exceed the amount set by the Information Commissioner, would significantly affect the ability of a number of council departments to carry out regular duties, and the retrieval of documentation over a long period of time from several departments and officers is very time consuming, and the Council is allowed to decline requests that take an unreasonably long time as defined by the rules set by the Information Commissioner. Having said all of that, sir, I would consider that whether or not, following your site visit and these examination hearings, you consider that Mr. Hollidge's client's site should or should not be allocated for residential development is entirely unrelated to this issue of what is alleged Mr. or Councillor Chowney may or may not have done. I don't think we've had any subsequent shred of evidence from Mr. Hollidge in terms of the allegations that he made about Mr. Chowney. But that's all I can say, sir, on the FOI request, but I think that is irrelevant, sir, to your planning considerations of the land as an emission site.
Right, well actually that's a point I was going to put to Mr. Hollidge. As I said, Mr. Hollidge, I have heard a good deal about this site from you and from the council. I spend a good deal of time on the site and the surroundings. What is it now that I am lacking and which is vital in terms of my consideration of your case? What information which is vital to that should I have but I haven't got?
Well, I will now go into the detail of that. Unfortunately, Mr. Chowney is not here.
Well, can I have a list of the information that I should have and which is vital to my consideration?
This is in relation to conduct of this inquiry. And if you give me time, I'll go into the detail of this. Firstly, I have a number of complaints about the council's behaviour, and in Mr. Phillips' case in particular. It's been brought to my attention in the last day that at one of the previous hearings relatively recently, which I wasn't in attendance, that Mr. Phillips took aside Mr. Newbold in the recess and asked him to keep his distance from me. Now, I believe Mr. Newbold subsequently reported that to you in open session. Now, that is a most serious issue. I believe Mr Phillips is a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, and they can confirm that or otherwise. And obviously you are yourself, and I would suspect that you would agree that that is unbefitting behaviour of a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. Now, I haven't heard the hearing transcripts. Now, if Mr Newell did report that, then I would like to be assured that the inspector has severely reprimanded Mr Phillips's behaviour, and I would ask that Mr Phillips give me a public apology as to his behaviour.
Mr Hollidge, I want to know what information I don't have which is vital for my consideration of your case.
If you let me continue, the next formal complaint I have is in relation to the visit that he has just alluded to, where he attended at the site with an enforcement officer. Now, Mr Phillips is well aware that I'm the agent for my clients in this matter. He then took it upon himself with an enforcement officer to visit my clients in their home without having first spoken to me. And I would say that amounts to a form of intimidation to attend there with an enforcement officer without my knowledge or consent. And again, I would make a serious complaint about that and ask for a public apology. That then brings me on to the fact that I've just made clear, and I did offer the opportunity for Mr Phillips to say whether he did attend the site on the 14th of November, and he says he's seen no evidence to suggest otherwise. I have here a legal affidavit legally sworn by the site foreman, who is an ex-firearms officer for the Metropolitan Police, so quite a solid witness. And he quite clearly identifies Mr Chowdhury.
I really don't know where this is taking us.
Well, if you'll let me finish, and Mr Phillips, as both having attended the site on the 14th of November, despite their protestations to the opposite, despite what they've said in the Freedom of Information request, and therefore, according to this, and I say it's been legally sworn and will be used in court proceedings, it quite clearly says both Mr Chowney and Mr Phillips were there on the 14th of November and interfered with lawful activity on that site. Now, if this is the case, and Mr Phillips can denounce this if he wants, but this is a very serious matter, such that I would ask that Mr Phillips' evidence, the whole of this planning inquiry, be disregarded. And if not, then the submission is that this planning hearing should be suspended, because this is a serious allegation that Mr Phillips and Mr Chowney have misled you.
I'm going to ask you one more time, Mr Hollidge. What information should I have that is vital to your client's case and which I don't have?
I think this just demonstrates a pattern of behaviour that goes to the whole heart of the Freedom of Information request that we've asked for, which is the dealings of Mr Chowney in relation to this site and why, having been a housing allocation for over 30 years, was then made into a site of nature conservation importance, and they won't reveal the correspondence that pertained around that decision. And there's clearly, from what I've just identified, there seems to be reasons why they don't want to provide that information.
So which information is it? Can I have a list of the information which you think I should have and which is vital to the consideration?
The Freedom of Information request.
So first of all, A, what's the first one?
The Freedom of Information request is for copies of all correspondence between Mr Chowney and the relevant
Let me make a full note of this. Freedom of information of all correspondence, between...
Mr. Councillor Chowney and the relevant officers in the planning department and the conservation and arboricultural offices in relation to this site.
Yes.
That's quite simple. That is what we've asked for, and the council are refusing to do this.
Right. B. What's the second?
That is the sum of it.
That's the sum of it. Right. Okay.
Now, a formal complaint has been lodged with the council, which they failed to acknowledge within the required timescale. This matter will now be referred to the local government ombudsman and to the information commissioner.
Right, okay. And you, in your view, that correspondence is vital to my consideration of the case, despite the fact that I've heard a good deal from the council and yourself about Barley Lane, and I've spent well over an hour on the site and in the surroundings.
I think it's a very important consideration, yes.
Right. Good. Mr. Phillips, did you wish to say anything?
I think, sir, it's from my perspective, obviously I can't speak for Councillor Chowney, it's the last refuge of a scoundrel. I think he's still smarting from the fact that he was declaring himself to be a chartered surveyor when he wasn't. I would categorically deny that I'd indicated to Mr. Newbold he should keep his distance. What I did say to Mr. Newbold was that it was not a simple matter that if Mr. Holledge's client's land were included for housing, that it would necessarily mean that land at Specklewood would not be. I said it was not that simple a decision for you to make. Attendance with an enforcement officer, sir, you may have picked up during that period from the local press that there was concern from a number of residents as to what was happening on the site. Mr. Holledge referred to it as maintenance. I think Mr. Murray Davidson said it had been maintained within an inch of its life. And the papers and indeed on social media there was even reference to fracking, which one of the contractors indicated when I attended with the enforcement officer, they had sort of thought would, as it were, perhaps wind local people up. Now, in that respect, it is perfectly proper for an enforcement officer to visit a site where local residents are expressing concerns to see if there was any breach of planning control. I took the opportunity to attend, sir, because I wanted to see the site, and as I mentioned to you, we asked permission to take photographs which were submitted to this examination. Since the 4th of December hearing date, sir, the only update I'm aware of is that one of the people who attended the examination, Mr. Price, has also emailed the programme officer to express his significant concern about the work that had happened on the site, considering it was a designated local wildlife site. In respect of the legal affidavits, I make my reference again to the last refuge of a scoundrel, and it's for Mr. Holledge in respect of the FOI request, as he has indicated, to take that to the Information Commissioner. But I've clearly advised, sir, and read out from the Information Officer that there are specific instances where a council can decline such requests if it is considered to be unreasonable in terms of the public cost and money of providing that information.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Holledge.
It's unfortunate. First Mr. Chowney's called me a liar, and now Mr. Phillips is calling me a scoundrel. I really don't think this is the behaviour of a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, but at least it'll be on this recording. In reference to the comments about articles in the press, the only articles in the press that I've seen, at any rate, refer to the vandalism caused on the side of the road, which is the countryside park, and that's a result of council's actions in bringing along heavy machinery to do the maintenance works that we're doing on our site, but doing by hand. So I do, and then it really, the question which is most significant that Mr. Phillips has failed to answer was, were you or were you not in attendance at this site on the 14th, Friday the 14th of November, as this affidavit says you were?
No, I wasn't.
well, I think we're just going to leave it there, quite honestly. And I think if there's any, I think anything else on this matter has got to be decided elsewhere. So, on that fairly unhappy note, I suggest we all have some tea or some coffee. Right, so until 11 o'clock, and then we will deal with item 4, which is the consideration of the statements submitted by the County Council on highway matters. Right, well, let's press on. And we come now to item 4 on the agenda, which is the consideration of the statement submitted by East Sussex County Council concerning traffic flows, volumes and origin destination following completion of the Bexhill Hastings Link Road and Queensway Link Road, with particular effect upon the Ridge. And first of all, I'd like to thank the County Councils for producing the statement. It's very helpful. Thanks very much for that. I will give you the opportunity of adding or amplifying it, and in so doing, I wondered if you could take up a few points that and queries that I've got on it, if you would, please. I mean, first of all, 1.1, you refer to the subject to the outcome of the current planning application, the Queensway Gateway Road. I just wondered whether planning permission has been granted for that, and if it has, whether there are any implications for the development management plan proposals map. 2.3, this last sentence, you say, the Ridge also provides access to the Conquest Hospital and local schools. I think we should also bear in mind that it provides access to various industrial areas, including Ivy House Lane.
And the cemetery in Quinton.
And the cemetery, yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ingleton. Thank you. Query on 3.3, where you say that the link will support economic growth and regeneration in the Bexhill and Hastings area by 3.3 by opening up access to land in both Borough District and Hastings Borough, which has been allocated for housing, business development and employment opportunities, including the construction of 1,200 to 2,000 new homes. Now, those new homes, are they to serve just Rother, or are they to serve the housing market area, which of course is basically Rother and Hastings? 3.4, the Bexhill Hastings Link Road will be open to traffic in summer 2015. I just wonder if that's the latest estimate. Sorry, am I going a bit too quickly on this? Right, if I do, tell me. And then you say the second sentence of 4.2, this evidence and information was accepted by the inquiry inspector, Mr. C. Tipping, and the Department for Transport when final funding approval for the Link Road was given in 2012. But was the, or were the proposed allocations in the development management plan taken into account at that point? On 4.3, you say, for the purposes of this note, the highway model has been used to identify the traffic impacts on the Ridge in 2 scenarios. And the first scenario is with the Link Road, that's the Bexhill Hastings Link Road, but without Queensway Gateway Road. But if planning permission has been granted for the Queensway Gateway Road, do we need to take account of that scenario? west of the link road. I just want to be clear which homes or which allocations they are. And then you refer to 1,300 homes in the second bullet point. Are they the same as the 1,200 to 2,000 new homes in 3.3? And then you set out various annual average daily traffic flows at various places and various dates. And I wondered, do we have any comparison with existing traffic flows? You know, it would be good if we could say the existing traffic flows are X, but with the completion of these, the link road and the gateway, what is the percentage increase or the absolute increase at various dates? Is it possible to have that information just by way of comparison to see what the likely additional demands on the ridge are? And then a somewhat philosophical question. Basically, how much reliance can we place on traffic forecasting models, particularly models that go up to the end of the planned period, and their predictions, when we also have to take into account things like the price of petrol, insurance, and more efficient cars, and also the possible effect of public transport, you know, sort of weaning people away from their cars onto more sustainable means of transport. On 5.16, you say the corridor study has taken a holistic view and also considered the movement and access for pedestrians, cyclists and public transport users along and across the corridor. And I'd like to ask you, in your view, how does the link road and the gateway, when completed, affect public transport? Does it help it or hinder it? What's the possible effects there? And finally, yesterday, after my inspection of Speckled Wood, I did have a close look at Orr Village. I drove in and out of the junction with Orr Village with Victoria Avenue, but in and out of that junction. And I also stood on the pavement in Orr Village, just sort of watching the traffic. And I wonder if you have any views on the likely effect on Orr Village of these transport proposals. So I hope you got all that, but
I think so, sir.
good, right. So if you could help me on those points.
If it helps, I'm going to hand over to Mr. New, who works at County Council with me, and I'll pick up on any other points as necessary.
Right.
Right, so I'm going to have to work from John's notes, Mr. Wheeler's notes.
Right.
Okay, the first point about planning permission, that's an active planning application, so it's not been determined.
Wasn't it going to a planning committee at the beginning of January? Or did I get that wrong?
Initially, it had been hoped for January. My understanding is it should be February, sir.
Right, okay. Right, thank you.
So to possibly prejudge some questions which might arise, the consultation procedure as part of a live planning application enables any individuals to make comments on the acceptability or otherwise as they see it of the proposal, which the planning application includes not only the new road but also the employment land development associated with it. Second point, yes, the bridge certainly does provide access to industrial areas. I think somewhere else we've said, in fact, previously in that sentence we said it's predominantly urban, and there are a number of conventional urban aspects to it. Point 3.3, those are allocations which are within the Rother local plan and are related to Rother's needs as approved as part of the core strategy.
Right.
What's the next one? 3.4.
Yes.
I'm advised by Mr. Wheeler, who's better placed than I to answer, but I'm advised by him that still is the target. 4.2, the model's been used at various stages over the last few years, and at every stage it's the most up-to-date plan and information which is included. Your question was, does it include what is in the current plans before you? I'd have to check on that, but it would certainly be very similar because that hasn't changed much over that intervening period. Well, 4.3, 4.4, 4.3, you question whether it's relevant to look at the without things like that because it's a live plan application.
So it probably is.
Yes. As far as 4.4 is concerned, we haven't supplied actual information. It's probably not as comprehensively available as all the points which are plotted on the comparison between the two model outputs for the forecast year are concerned. The 2011 model base year information obviously would be, but that would be modelled rather than what's currently observable on the road at the moment. The model has continually gone through validation processes during its life, every time satisfactorily replicated existing flows. Generally, and I don't think it's any different in Hastings over the last few years, there's not been a significant change in traffic flows as nationally, although there's been a slight upsurge over the last year nationally and regionally because of the economic swing in favour of more activity. The current construction of the Bexhill Hastings link road is distorting some traffic figures, which makes any observation that we make at the moment against comparison of model runs which don't include for that somewhat difficult to interpret. But we could, if you wish, provide both the 2011 model base year information in the format which is set out on the two plans. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, what I'm trying to get at, I mean, we've got, if we look at the top of the page, yeah, I'm looking at 2011 model base year,
Yes.
and we've got 21,000 with the link road but without Queensway Gateway Road, and with the link road and Queensway Gateway. What I'd like to do is to be able to compare that 21,000 with what the traffic flow is at present.
And we could give you a measure of what the actual traffic flow is at present. I haven't got it with me.
I would like that at some stage.
But I'd just caution it, as I was saying before, that there is some distortion in traffic flows in some areas that are impacted by the construction of the Bexhill Hastings Link Road and redistribution of traffic temporarily.
Yes.
Drivers obviously try and find out for themselves the best route through systems,
Right.
and that will change once Bexhill Hastings opens, and it will currently be somewhat different in some areas than it was prior to the start of construction of the Bexhill Hastings Airport.
I mean, the point I'm making is that, I mean, I'll pick a figure at random. If, for example, it could be shown that the existing annual average daily traffic was, say, 15,000 a day, I could then compare that, and everybody else could, with that 21,000 and say we'd be looking at a 25% increase. So, you know, we'd look at the traffic along the reach at present and then try to imagine what another 25% would be like. It's that sort of thing that I'm looking at to give me some idea of the possible increase in traffic along the reach as a result of one and both of these link roads being constructed. So could you let me have a note of that, please? And also in that note, set out any sort of qualifications or caution that should be taken into account. That would be helpful. And obviously it will have to go on, it will have to be put on the council's website with opportunities for commenting on it. Yeah, that was the note I got on this statement. What are traffic flows at present and how do they compare with the two connected scenarios?
Did I help you here?
No, not yet, anyhow.
I think the general principle throughout the promotion and acceptance through the statutory processes of the Bexhill Hastings link road, it's always been acknowledged that there would be an increase in traffic on the bridge as a consequence of its construction. And part of the note that we produced this time now sets out the approach that the council has adopted towards addressing those consequences.
With these complementary measures.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Next point. The transport model. I'm fundamentally a modeller, so I'll defend it, of course.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Well, I'm fundamentally a modeller, and much of my past involvement in transport planning has been on the modelling side. I'm quite prepared to defend the process which has been used here. It's very conventional in that background growth is estimated using, as it says in the note, Programme Tempro, so national government programme to determine what growth in any particular area is likely to be. It's not a simple extrapolation of the consequences of increased population and employment, those two key elements which go into it. It also takes account of econometric changes, takes account of changes in real personal disposable income, forecast of it, takes account of changes in the real cost of fuel, takes account of forecast changes in the cost of using public transport as an alternative. It's generalised, of course, not necessarily specific to individual areas, but the way that you apply the factors can take on board individual area variations if it's felt to be appropriate for that area. Also takes account of things like the changes in car ownership and use which will arise as a consequence of some of those preceding elements. The fact that well-known car ownership is not an ever-increasing function. As the car ownership levels become higher, then the rate of growth automatically becomes lower. Takes account of changes in the household composition that are forecast over the planned period. Very comprehensive and all-embracing methodology, and it is the conventional way of doing it. What's normally done is that overlaid on top of that significant developments, allocations at individual sites are individually assessed to determine what the
trip generation consequences of those developments would be, and those elements are added to the mix in a way, and looking at things from the other side of the fence from a developer's perspective, that can be stated to be over-egging the case because the development has been taken into account in both of those stages. But offset against that, in the roads in the vicinity of those developments are taking place, the impact is always going to be more than the generalised area impact as Tenpro would forecast it to be, and so more detailed assessment of the particular impacts of each locality is necessary, and that's the way that it's done. It's, as far as the process is concerned in the Bexhill Hastings area, has been accepted as the appropriate way of dealing with things through all the statutory processes for all the preceding road schemes and plans which are relied upon. That's all I think I need to say. That brings any further thoughts to all right.
Yeah, I just wonder if I can pressure a bit further on this business of existing traffic flows along the ridge and the likely or the possible increase percentage-wise of the construction of the link road and the gateway road. I mean, only looking at sort of 5% increase, 10, 20, 50.
No, I think it's more than 5%. It is, as a result of the Bexhill Hastings link road, the forecast increase on the bridge to the east of the A21, immediately to the east, was significant. Further east, it was less significant. And I haven't actually got the figures with me, but we can supply them to you. It was as a result of that the planning permission for the link road, and the way that it was promoted, was always conditional upon delivery of complementary measures.
Yes, I understand.
Which don't only comprise capacity enhancement measures, but also look at vulnerable road users, the needs of public transport, and don't only comprise measures that appear on the ridge, also comprises measures that appear on the coast road and elsewhere within the town.
I mean, the hearing, or one of the hearings last year, a figure of 27-28% increase was given.
That would not surprise me, sir. There is a reason for that. The simplistic view would be that the increase on the ridge east of the A21 is a consequence of longer distance traffic travelling from, say, Bexhill area through to the right direction. The bypassable traffic transferring from the coast road, which is what they use at the moment, to the alternative route via the Bexhill Hastings link road. Yes, there is an element of that. The reality is that there's not a very high amount of that sort of through traffic in the area. The principal draw is to the A21 traffic north. And the reason that the assignments were showing that a significant increase on the bridge immediately to the east of the A21 is a change in the way that people from that part of Hastings wishing to use the A21 access the A21 away from concentrating down towards the A21 itself south of the bridge to collecting up onto the bridge and accessing the A21 via Horntye Junction. That is sort of reinforced as a conclusion by the fact that the same figures, which may well be 27-28%, actually only apply to the increase that is immediately to the east of the A21. If you get to the eastern end of that part of the bridge, the percentage increase and the absolute increase is lower, which is a reflection of the fact that there is a relatively small proportion of through traffic which will be making a strategic diversion and the coast roads are there. And a reflection of the collector role that the western part of the Ridge East would be forming with the Bexhill Hastings Link Road. And that's why the focus, where the complementary measures that are part of the Bexhill Hastings Link Road Planning Commission is on that section. It's in dealing with the Harrow Lane Junction, Maphurst Road Junction, the Junction Road Junction, and the junction itself between Queensway and the Ridge West. The missing link in all of that has always been what it can be done about also. Now, Mr. Wheeler is far better placed than I am to give you a detailed history of proposals there, but there were proposals in the past by the Highways Agency for improvement schemes there. They are not now current in any guise. No. The Gateway Access Road is not council or other authority proposal. It's a proposal put forward as part of the planning application for the development of the adjoining employment land. But it offers the opportunity for an improvement to the situation, the current situation and the forecast future situation at the Ballslow Junction area. If you look at what the particular consequences of the Queensway Access Road are on those parts of the ridge, that's shown in the tables which are on that page,
Yes.
which includes them.
Yeah.
And they are substantial in terms of the amount of traffic reduction there is on that part of the ridge, where immediately to the west of the A21 and its junction, the Junction Road. But in combination with that, looking at the overall traffic flow diagram, are relatively minor elsewhere. The Queensway Access Road doesn't cause an additional increase in traffic on the bridge. In fact, the figures from the assignments are showing that there are just decreases
As
compared to the increase which would arise from the Bexhill Hastings Link Road itself.
Right.
It would represent a net increase over the existing situation. It would represent a net increase over the situation which would arise in the future without the Bexhill Hastings Link Road.
Right. Let me just make sure I've got this right. You're saying that there would, as a result of the two schemes, that's the Bexhill Hastings Link Road and the Gateway Road being constructed, there would be a net increase in traffic along the ridge. But that increase would be less with the two schemes than just with the Bexhill Hastings Link Road.
Yes.
In other words, the Bexhill Hastings Link Road on its own would result in a greater increase in traffic along the ridge than if the two schemes were to be implemented.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, right.
Yeah.
I think I've got that right. Now, let's just say, let's assume for the time being that the two schemes are implemented. We'll assume for the purpose of this discussion that the Gateway Road does receive planning permission and it is implemented. You're still saying there would be a net increase of traffic along the ridge. Would it be fair to say that that net increase would be a significant increase, or would you hardly notice it?
It would be a significant increase compared to the current situation.
Right, okay.
I think that's shown in the second of those tables, which is looking at the ridge east between Harrow Lane and Conquest Hospital.
I've done percentages on that.
All right, can you just wait? I'll give you an opportunity of asking questions.
Where the 2011 base year model figure with both schemes is 17,800, which is the right-hand column, and then 2028 at the end of the plan period is 25,800, and that's 30-some %.
was saying that there would be a significant increase in traffic along the ridge as a result of the two schemes being implemented.
There would be a significant increase, which would be more significant towards the western end of the ridge east than towards the eastern end of the ridge.
Can you give that to me again? You're saying it would be more, that significant increase would be more significant.
If we call, the ridge has the ridge west of the
Yes,
A21
yeah.
and ridge east of the A21.
Yeah.
On the western part of the ridge east, then the increase would be more significant than on the eastern part of the ridge east.
Right, okay. Could you put that in my notes?
Yeah, I will indeed, so yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, if you look at the ridge between the A21 and the A259 or
Yeah.
the consequences of the combined routes would be more significant on the western part of that section of road than on the eastern part.
That's towards
the A21.
That's towards the A20, towards Borough.
Indeed, yeah. It's the area around Harrow,
Yeah,
Lane,
okay.
the
Yeah.
hospital. That's not to say that there won't be an increase of significance on the eastern part of the ridge as well, but it will be more significant on the western part, because the total volumes would be, residual volumes at the end of the day would be a lot higher. I can put all this into the note, but the important point to take from all this is that we've not just abandoned the ridge to its fate, we've looked at what is needed to accommodate those consequential combined traffic flows, and hence the complementary measures, hence the what are called the Queensway access complementary measures, which basically closing a couple of the existing junctions to smooth traffic flow through that part of the network.
So, I mean, you understand, I'm particularly interested in the effect of this increase in traffic on the various proposed allocations.
I understand that, sir. I wouldn't want to attempt to minimise the consequence of the Bexhill Hastings link road on the ridge. It will lead to more traffic on the ridge for a variety of reasons. There will be that element of through traffic, there will be that draw up to the ridge from the northern parts of Hastings as the route to access the rest of the strategic road system. But what I would say is that we have taken full account of the proposed developments within those forecasts.
That's the proposed developments in the development management.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We've taken full account of the major allocations at the other end of Bexhill Hastings Link Road itself, which by themselves have a significant impact on the general trip making levels in the area. We've developed proposals to manage the consequences of those increases in traffic on the ridge in such a way that the residual impact is not unacceptable. That doesn't mean to say that there will not be a residual impact, but it's not unacceptable, and it's certainly by no means severe, as NPP indicates to be the level against which the judgment must be made of whether transport reasons are a reason for refusing to open or not. So I'm not here to try and present or defend a position which says there will be no impact on the bridge. We accept that there will. Because the Queensway Gateway Road itself won't add to the impacts which arise principally as a result of the Bexhill Hastings road.
In fact, it will reduce.
In fact, it will offset and mitigate to an extent. Yeah. Not enormously, no, I accept that, not enormously, but there will be a slight offset as a result of it. So in its own terms, the Queensway Gateway Access Road doesn't have an unacceptable negative impact on traffic loadings on the ridge.
What about Hall Village? Any implications for Hall Village?
Well, when you're talking of All Village, you're talking of the bulk of it being south of the junction of the ridge and the A259.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's sort of the area, well, junction of Victoria Avenue, the Tesco store, that sort of church, that sort of area.
Unfortunately, the multi-position diagrams don't give flow comparisons there. So, to be absolutely certain of what I'm going to say, I would have to refer back to the accounts, to the forecast information which was agreed as part of the Bexhill Hastings Link Road inquiry, as well as the results which have come forward from this Queensway Gateway Access Road. But my recollection is that the Bexhill Hastings Link Road itself does not have a negative impact on the amount of traffic which is travelling through that part of Hall Village. If you look at things from a sense perspective, if one of the consequences of providing the Bexhill Hastings Link Road is that relatively small amount of through traffic transfers from the A259 to the northern corridor, then it would be that amount of traffic less passing through Hall Village. But there are always redistributions within an assignment model. I can find out for you what the exact numbers are, but there would be a consequence everywhere in the area of growth. It's not possible, even if it were desirable, even if it were the policy objective of the county council, it's not possible to deal with the consequences of that growth in such a way that there is nil detriment at every point on the highway network in Hastings. It's just beyond deliverability. What we can and do is assess where the worst consequences are likely to be and develop proposals to deal with them. Now, they're not necessarily highway-only proposals, they can also be encouragement of use of other modes. Dissuasion as much as we can of development in locations which would lead to disproportionate consequences through this planning process. And consideration of what might be deliverable by the developments themselves as they come forward with individual applications. But the future for Hastings, as for everywhere else, will be that there will be more traffic to accommodate. And we develop our proposals in such a way as it addresses the worst consequences of that, and also delivers other objectives for the area.
And anything about public transport, possible effects or possible implications of public transport, getting people out of their cars and getting the buses to the town centre, that sort of thing?
Absolutely. We would expect any new developments that came forward would be conditioned with travel plans for significant new developments. Complementary measures themselves include, not up on the bridge, but on the Grind Gap corridor, the A259 connection between Bexhill and Hastings, bus priority and movement enhancements. We support the principle of sidewalk enhancements that impact on parts of the area. Hastings for sidewalks has particular difficulties with its topography. That's the total package.
Okay, right. And as I say, you'll send me a note on all these things, which will be put on the council's website for comments. Mr. Wheeler, did you wish to say anything? And Mr. Phillips, did you wish to add anything at this point?
No, sir. I don't know. If Mr. Wheeler just wishes to confirm the time scales for the complementary measures. I think when Mr. Weston was here, who was the county council's representative when we were dealing with allocations longer in, it was the timing of them, and you've asked confirmation of the actual link rates. So that's
Thank you, Mr. Phillips, for reminding me. In terms of the timescales for the complementary measures, the improvements along the ridge, there is a requirement under the complementary highway improvement plan, which is a planning condition linked to the link road, that the two improvements at Queensway Junction and Harrow Lake Junction will be in place prior to opening of Bexhill Hastings Link Road.
In place before opening of Bexhill Hastings Link Road.
In terms of the other complementary measures on the A259 corridor, which are you refer to the bus improvements, those will be implemented following the opening of the link road. And those went out to consultation last year. Obviously, we're waiting for the opening of the link road to enable us to get on site and undertake those. In terms of funding for those schemes, they will be funded through the County Council's capital programme. So there's a sort of, to assure you, sir, there is a sort of an absolute certainty that the funding is there and they will be delivered.
Okay, thank you. Right, thank you very much for that. Thank you. Right, now I'll open it up. Yes, Mr. Newbold, what do you want to say?
Right, yes, I don't know where to start. I'm quite alarmed at that. One thing that's come out of that is that it's been said that the traffic situation hasn't changed in Orr. Well, I've lived in Orr for quite a while, and I can tell you the traffic has built up significantly over that time. And to say that it's not changeable and not getting worse, it is. Certainly with the planning decisions that are being made, the Tesco store has put blocks into the roadways. These have held up the traffic. There's been illegal parking. This all has a net effect on the actual road use of it. It makes it very dangerous. The junction I pointed out to you yesterday, when there's people parked on double yellow lines on that junction, it's extremely dangerous. I myself have had an accident there. I now carry a camera on the car because of the fact that this happened, and basically everybody else is doing the same thing to try and protect themselves. Regarding the public transport, I'm quite surprised that they're saying that there's going to be new routes. My understanding is that the East Sussex County Council has just met and is reducing bus service, and in fact has closed several bus routes in Orr, removing the late night service, which actually then pushes people back into cars. Can you tell me if that has had an effect on your statistics, because it should have done? Certainly for my own use of the bus service, I've had to go back into the car, using the car more. I know for a fact that means I'm travelling up and down into town, and I'm going to meet this increase of traffic head on.
And how does this relate to Speckled Wood, which is your main concern?
To be honest, the increase in the traffic on the roads is paramount. We have 3 schools in the area, all having to get pupils into their schools. The reality of that is, as the roads get more and more busy, the pathways are not really adequate for them and the protection is not really there. They start to look for other avenues. One of those is Speckled Wood, which has been used by the children to go to school regularly. It's been very successful. It's been used for some time by all of the people that live in the area, and it does remove this risk entirely. It's ludicrous to me to build on this site when basically you are talking about such massive increases, and I'm sure Mr. Ingleton will give you some better statistics about what the actual increases are. What I don't understand is all of this is modelling. What happened to the basic idea of putting a car counter down on particular points to actually measure a car? If you're looking at what the current statistics of that is, surely that is the best way of doing it. Why are we still looking at models? Why can't we just put a box on the road and come back and say that's what the statistic is? That would be the most accurate way of doing it, surely. In regard to the fact that the difference between the traffic along the Ridge Road, I don't understand this. There aren't that many routes off of the ridge that traffic can go off of, which means that to say that they're going to reduce as you go along the road, where are they going to go? Because they can't get off the road. It doesn't make any sense. There are only, I think, the majority of the route either go to several of the venues that are there. They either use it as a cut through, and certainly all the roads in Orr are getting worse with the amount of traffic that's coming in. My final point is that obviously the road, the Glyn Gap Road, was all of this is being done to alleviate the pressure on Glyn Gap, and it's very concerning the amount of traffic that's on there. I would say that a statistic should look at the traffic that's on that and move that onto the ridge, because that's exactly what's going to happen. And we're going to end up the same situation on the ridge as we had in Glyn Gap, which this problem is supposed to sort out. My feeling is that we need some of these allocations removed from the development management plan, because it gives us the possibility of having safe passage along the routes to school when the situation happens.
Okay, well, when we come on to matter 7, the conclusion, that will be your turn to say...
Can I just make one further point? I was asked in the interlude to actually say, by both Mr. Phillips and Mr. Hollidge, to confirm if that was what was said to me. I can confirm that Mr. Phillips did say that to me, and that was an accurate trailer that was said. Hope that helps.
Right, to Mr. Wise.
Right. Now this document, headed Traffic on the Ridge, dated January 2015, reference 2144/1, East Sussex County Council. 1. This parcel of documents in the form presented is new evidence. A. No allowance for service traffic to the Bexhill business areas or to the employment areas, assuming the employment areas will receive raw materials delivered on either 8 or 10-wheeled vehicles, and likewise finished goods will be taken away on similar very large lorry combinations, as is quite a regular scene on the Bexhill Road. Most households with 18 to 20-something-year-old grown-up families have at least 4 cars, all in daily use. The A259 will see more fatalities resulting from the junction with the so-called link road at the west end of King Offa Way. The annotated maps are of very little help based on a very unreliable vehicle movement models, actual housing numbers and types of manufacturing carried out in the business parks in North Bexhill and along the Queensway corridor. As this new evidence is being allowed, then any fresh items put forward by public participants must also be considered. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ingleton.
I would lots to say, but the first thing I really want to do is analyse the part that says the ridge east between junctions with Howard Lane and the Conquest Hospital. There we've got the 2011 model base year, we've got the opening of the B at BHLR and the end of the planned programme. And I've just done the calculations on the first one to start with. So on the first one, with 17,800 up to 24,440, I've done the calculations, and that's a 37% increase. I've done the calculation from the base model to the 2028, and that works out at a 47% increase. And if you go with the Gateway Road, these will be slightly less, but the figures aren't that different. So there is a significant increase of approximately 37%, 37% on that particular area. I then moved on to the ridge near Grange Road and did the same exercise. And in 2011, it's 12,300, 2015, 1,800, and I make that a 46% increase. And I went through the same exercise for the 19,600, the 12,30, the 12,300, and made that a 59% increase. And if you look with the Queensway Road, the differences aren't very much. But I did those calculations. So on the ridges between Harrow Road and Conquest, 37 for the opening of the BHLR, and 47 to the end, 46 for the ridge near Grange Road, and 59 for the end of the planned period. I'd also like to go on to several other things that I'm concerned about. And what's happened is that the ridge, it says, is an important distributor road. But it's more than that. It's a B road, but I think it's getting more like an A road now. There's a huge amount of traffic that goes on. There is in fact more traffic that goes on that road than onto the A21 or the 259 that goes to the ridge. So it's an important distributor, and I was wondering whether in fact it ought to be up to A standard road standards. And we've got the 3 miles between Ballstow and the Orr traffic lights. And there are no roads at all of any worth where you can get off the ridge going north. So you're really stuck. You've got to stay with the ridge. And it's a very narrow road. I parked when we went to look at the Sandown bends, and I parked in the road there, and just to see what happens. And my car, when it parked in the road, actually blocked the traffic, so I moved it pretty quick. So it got down to being not a 2-lane, but a 1-lane. I make the point again about all the things that are along the ridge. We mentioned the hospital, the local schools, the crematorium, industrial areas, quite right. We've also, the proposal is in our development management plan, the 527 houses along the ridge, which will be again discharging onto the ridge. And it's very difficult to get yourself onto the ridge for any development. You can maybe go along with the traffic with the way it's going, but to cross the line of the traffic is incredibly difficult. So what you're doing is you're making lots and lots of problems along there. The other factor is that what's going to happen at the Ballstow end is the closure of the Junction Road and its connection with the ridge, and also the proposed closure of the Maplehurst Road. Now, this is going to make it really bad for anybody that lives on the ridge to actually get to the A21. And it's also very difficult for people come on the A21 to get to the ridge, because what all of us will have to do is we'll have to do that little circuit of about 2 or 3 miles around all those junctions to get there. So the closure of Junction Road is no benefit to anybody, and Maplehurst the same. I went along to look at the various mitigation things that were proposed, and I wasn't impressed with them at all. The complementary measures may make a bit of difference, but none of them seem to be along the ridge. And what we've got is, localised rationalisation of street parking around Sandrock Bend. Does that mean a few more yellow lines?
Sorry, does that mean in
few more yellow lines, double
I see.
yellow lines.
Yeah.
That's probably what it means. And you've got to realise that the ridge is just a two-lane road. And anything that holds anything up there, the traffic builds up. It's already a very busy road, and with these 37 and 57% increases, it's going to be really bad. I went on further to look at the various solutions that were proposed. On 518, it said here about the junction of Hillside Road and Alfredstone Road have been investigated, and no improvements were proposed. How on earth, where you come up to Alfredstone Road and with the cemetery and the crematorium there, you go along there, it's absolutely appalling there, all sorts of trouble. It does say that there may be some improvements in the traffic signals. So what seems to be happening is that there's a few complementary measures to get you onto the ridge, but what's proposed along the ridge is incredibly minor and doesn't really affect the situation.
And you're saying this all militates against the allocations that are proposed along the ridge.
It does
Is
not
that
help
the
at
basic
all.
point?
Yes, and also the fact that the sandwalk bends is a particularly bad example, because you come round there, you can't see round the corner, and the proposal is that the access, if you think of it as a box, two sides of it, you've got the access coming out there along the road and the access there, and across the road you've got the other roads, and we're also going to have a new pub on that area there as well. It's going to be a nightmare.
Has that got planning permission? Because when we were here in December, I think it was about to go to committee, that proposal, or that application.
I understand they've got permission.
Perhaps you
don't
check
have
these
to,
out.
So the point I'm making is that we have a very busy ridge already. There's always traffic problems along there. We're talking about 37% or more of traffic going along there, and much more towards the other end as well. We're also going to have problems on the ridge west, where in fact everybody has to go to be able to get round off it. So we've got that little trackway that goes round, and I think it's really bad. Maplehurst being closed, and the Junction Road. And I don't think enough work's been done by East Sussex County Council in the figures that they've done, and I don't think they have actually come up with any worthwhile solutions.
Right. Yes, Mrs. Stevenson.
No, it's not working. I was puzzled when we got this last minute sort of report from the East Sussex County Council. There was no map in here to show us the current flow of traffic, and I think this is a really bad mistake.
Well, that's something I've asked for.
I know you have, Mr. Hollis, and I cannot comment on that until after the event. So I went online to have a look and see what had been done about that, and there was nothing I could find in relation to 2007 when I found a map which is pretty shocking, which says traffic flows on key links within the study area. And I found another one which said traffic flows on key links in Bexhill. Found another one which said traffic flows on key links in Hastings, and then scheme alignment and complementary measures. Now, also on this report, where it gives all these numbers with Link Road, without Queensway, with Link Road, and Queen, none of them say what the annual average daily traffic is without either of these roads, and I think this is very remiss on the part of East Sussex County Council. They've produced all this, and I know somewhere in the archives there was another map which shows the actual current traffic flow at this time, and I don't know if it's this one, 2007, or a later one. It took me several hours to try and even find that, and I'm wondering if there is a more recent one in 2007 which reports daily traffic flows along there. Because to me, that is the key to the whole thing. We can guess and say it's going to be 30% more, 15% more, not a lot more, but unless you've actually got figures which tell you what the current actual traffic flow is, we're fumbling about, aren't we? And I think it was very naughty. We got this pretty late in the day anyway, and these maps are almost impossible to see on the computer screen. And I mean, these have been blown up by the programme officer, which is much better. But there's nothing here to tell us what the current flow is, and that's the key to the whole thing.
That's what I've asked for.
I know you have, but I think that should have been here today. Because it'll be too late then, won't it? You'll be gone, there will be no discussion about it, really.
Well, we should see. We should
It'll
see.
be all over by then.
Yes, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you very much. Now, this report significantly managed to ignore the reality of the situation on the ridge with regard to traffic. You made the point about these 3 proposed large developments. And what is said here really just says it all. In 4.2 it says, whilst there was expected to be an increase in the traffic on the ridge with the opening of Bexhill Hastings Link Road and the planned quantum of development in the planning strategies of both Borough District and Hastings Borough Council, this could be accommodated with the implementation of appropriate mitigation measures on the ridge. Then it says in 4.4, 3 locations along the ridge, between the junctions with Queensway and Junction Road, between the junctions with Harrow Lane and Conquest Hospital, and near Grange Road. So when we say, oh good, they're going to do something, then we see what these are, these mitigation movements, where the introduction of a larger roundabout at present at the Queensway Ridge, which is certainly needed. Minor improvements to the approaches to the existing roundabout at the Harrow Lane Ridge Junction, and localised rationalisation, which Mr. Trimble already mentioned, on street parking. Presumably that means getting rid of it. Now those are what they call the mitigation measures needed to counter, to be able to deal with these new developments, which is absolutely unbelievable. And then we get to 5.18, which has already been referred to. Now this really beggars belief, because it talks about the concerns that are already there, which they acknowledge. Chowns Hill, Hillside Road and Elphinstone Road leading to the cemetery. And they are acknowledging there's a problem now, and then they're saying, and we need to read this and underline it, that any improvements to improve access from these roads would have a detrimental impact on the traffic flow along the ridge. Well, I find that from a highways expert absolutely extraordinary. So we're not going to do anything to enable people to get from these large new developments onto the ridge because it would interfere with the traffic flow on the ridge. I mean, it cannot be acceptable, and I asked the Borough Council how it can possibly accept that these 3 developments can go ahead without any improvements to enable people to actually get on the ridge. No Section 106, nothing needs to be done because the highway people say it's not necessary. I think it's unbelievable, and how can it be sound to allow this to happen?
Thank you. Right, yes, Mr. Healy.
I'm led to believe that whenever they build houses now, you have to allow 1.5 car spaces per house. If we're going to have 2,000 houses north of Bexhill, that's 3,000 cars for a start. If all these proposals in the Hastings area, we are certainly going up big numbers. And if on this plan they've got in the middle window, the opening of the DHL 2015 is 24,400, and by the end of the planning period is 26,200. That figure I would just guess, but if you allocate the amount of houses that's going to be built, you're looking at 4,000 or 5,000 cars, and I think that's quite a lot. And I need to repeat what these people said because that's a concern. I don't live here, and I go through now and again, and I know there's chaos now and other extras. I do question 3.3. They're talking about these homes and jobs generating £1 billion. I would like to know the right of that. And I understand on Queensway there's the receipts that are in on some of the business units up there now. And to say that we're going to create more jobs where people go back home, I think it's questionable. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, gentleman at the back, I mean, have you asked to be included in this discussion?
I was previously on discussing the fishery, but I'm not fishing here today, but I would like to try to help you, Mr. Horace. I have no axe to grind here, but I want to try and paint a picture for you which may help you.
Sorry, and you are Mr.
Eric Hardwick, MBE.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize. Yes.
I'd just like to say, the picture I want to paint is that with the League Road and the new Gateway Road, when it comes into force, you must picture this, that the new Gateway Road comes out in the A21. The best way then to go go east, is to come up the A21 and turn off on the A28 towards Rye and Ashton. This will completely negate going along the ridge. And I don't think enough has been made at this point, is that you won't need to use the ridge. You can come from the A21, A28, and it's quicker to get to Rye and Ashton on that route without using the ridge and going by Windsor. I'm just trying to paint this picture. Also, that if vehicles are coming along the ridge from the east, they won't need to come down Junction Road or Madison Road. They will come along the Queensway down to the roundabout, which is the new Gateway Road, back to the A21. I think this has not been mentioned at all about the use of the A28 being linked to the A21, which will remove traffic from the ridge. I hope this is helping you, Mr. Hart.
Well, I take note of what you said. Yes, certainly. Yeah. Right. Before I turn to the... Yes, Mr. McGinley.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbs. The sad history of the aspiration to have a station at Grand Gap reminds me that not always the SCC data is taken at face value. I have three quick questions about these maps. One is that, am I right in thinking that it measures motorbikes but not cycles? Secondly, I wonder if the SCC has yet begun to do any modelling using driverless cars. And thirdly, I'd like them to explain to me what the arc around Sidley is. Is it another proposed road going up towards Neafield?
Right, well I will, unless anybody else has got any further points to make, I will ask the council if they wish to respond to what has been said.
So, I think we'll probably do this in tandem.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
just clarify one thing which may not be understood from the way that the tables are set out. And I apologise if I'm presuming that people are misunderstanding it in the way that I think that they might be. The 2011 base year model road figures are the model figures without any of the link roads, without any of the development. So they're the best replication from the model of the pattern of existing traffic flows in the area.
Where is that?
Oh, wait a minute.
If you look at the first table, the first row, 2011 base year model, the first figure of 21,000 isn't as implied by the column heading with the link road but without Queensway Gateway Road. It is as it is in 2011.
Completely wrong then.
Well, then the document's
Well,
right.
wait, no, just wait a minute. So, in fact, that 21,000 is the existing traffic flows. Is that correct?
That's what I understand it to be.
But I mean, it does say with the link road, so I've assumed that 21,000 is with the construction of or what the traffic would have been had the link road been in place in 2011. That's what I understood it
It
to
has to
be.
be that, because otherwise the other column is useless because they're comparisons, and if that's not with anything, there's no comparison. Excuse me, that's all. Ridiculous.
I'm going to have to check this.
Yeah, I see.
Poor. Very poor.
Right. Right.
That aside, the other points that I've got down here are, as far as buses are concerned, yes, the County Council has gone through a rather soul-searching process recently in looking at the amount of its financial resources which are consumed each year by supporting otherwise non-commercial bus services. And the general thrust has been to continue to, the decision that was made by the council was to continue to support as many of them as they possibly could, and more than was originally suggested. There may be some consequences for evening and weekend services in the Hastings area, but the largest impact of traffic and the period within which choice of mode is most important, which is not evening and weekends, will continue either to be provided commercially or supported by the council. And we would expect, as part of the delivery of appropriate mitigation measures of individual development sites as they come forward as application proposals, for consideration to be given to enhancements to public transport as a result of that, funded by the developer. It's a standard requirement of large developments that support public transport as well as walk and cycle connections, as well as any other mitigation measures, are included as part of the Section 106 agreement associated with the development. I've also made note of the percentage increases that were discussed on the ridge as a consequence of opening the Bexhill Hastings Link Road. And again, I'd stress that that has never been hidden. It's always been an open admission on the part of the authority that the Bexhill Hastings Link Road will have an impact on traffic flows on the ridge. What these figures do show, even despite my muddying of the water earlier, is that the additional impact of the Queensway Gateway Road is marginal, but marginally beneficial rather than an unofficial burden on the ridge. In terms of what the impact of the generalised quantum of development along the ridge might be, I'm working on the basis of 500 and something as being the figure which is generally been quoted, new units. 500 new units per day would generate somewhere in the region of 2,000 to 2,500 vehicle trips, which is a minority of the increase that the combination of the Bexhill Hastings Link Road and all development proposals in the area has already been admitted to be the consequence of that on the ridge. The largest single component of all of it is just natural growth. It's not a sustainable position to say that the current level of flow on the bridge must be maintained because there is a natural growth of traffic regardless, and that has to be accommodated somewhere, and if not on the ridge then it would have to be on other parts of the highway network. The ridge does form a part of the distributor network. In that sense it's not particularly material whether it's designated as A or B class, it is a part of the town distributor network. And it has a role to play in providing that function. It has that role to play within a forecast scenario where the total number of trips to be accommodated is higher. And there are consequences of that for the bridge, and there are consequences of that elsewhere in the area. I said before that it's not within the council's remit, even if it were considered to be desirable, to maintain things as the current situation in the face of that inevitable increase in traffic, regardless of whether there is additional development or new road schemes with significant impacts such as the Bexhill Hastings Link Road. we try and manage the worst aspects of it. And we consider and have always put forward that view, and it's been accepted in the past when it has been examined, that what is being put forward as a package, a total package of measures and approaches for the ridge, does sufficiently mitigate the impacts of the additional traffic. Doesn't mean to say that there won't be additional impacts, but it sufficiently mitigates them for them not to be unacceptable. And that's the important conclusion to be drawn from it all.
Actually, what I would like you to do, when you look at these figures again, I've just roughed out a sort of a matrix. And what I'd like you to do, if we can have these columns, yeah, could we just one at a time, Mr. Existing flows with the Bexhill Hastings Link Road and with the Bexhill Hastings Link Road and the Gateway Road, and then on this column 2011, 2015, 2028, so we can see the progression. And this point that you're making about natural growth, we can assume in this column that neither schemes goes ahead, so we can then see what the increase in traffic would be as a result of natural growth. And for each of these years, we can then compare the existing and natural growth with Bexhill Hastings Link Road, Bexhill Hastings Link Road and Gateway Road. I think that would, hopefully that would clarify things. I don't know whether everybody saw that, but I think you follow. So if I can, as a reminder, can I let you have that?
That would be very helpful, thank you, sir.
Right. Were there any other things at this point that the council would like to say in response to points which have been made?
Just one point about the consequences of the proposed Queensway access road on some movements. When it's been suggested that the increased mileage that some traffic movements might have to experience as a result of the proposals that confront of us is sufficiently disadvantageous to outweigh any benefits of the scheme, and therefore the scheme should not be taken forward. We don't believe that that's the case. We're still considering the relative benefits as part of the consideration of the planning application. But of course, if some traffic does have to loop the loop to get from the Ridge East to the A21, that's not necessarily disbeneficial to them, because it would be via a route which might be longer but subject to more predictable journey times, less delays at junctions. It will resolve the issue of the Junction Road Ridge delays, which are caused by turning traffic off both, and it will resolve the impacts on Maplehurst Road, which is currently used by some traffic as shortcuts between the two routes, and would increasingly be used by some in the face of the increased mileage. It may well be that, taking all those into account, there is a net disbenefit to people from the Ridge East wanting to go to the A21 North. That's more than offset by the net benefit, by the gross benefits that other movements through the junction would experience. The proposal should lead to a decrease in overall journey times and overall junction delays, and significantly improve the operational characteristics, including not only how easy it is to use, but also propensity for accidents and conflicts. And that's the current view that we have.
And that presumably will be those matters will be taken into account in the consideration or in the determination of the planning application.
Absolutely, as a consultee, we will make those comments to the Borough Council for their consideration when they're determining it.
Yeah. I mean, as you know, my main concern is the possible consequences of these roads on these particular sites.
As far as the Queensway access road is concerned, despite there being the misunderstandings potentially of what the figures are actually showing, they do, and I think it's agreed that they show that the Queensway access road in its own right will have a net beneficial impact on the ridge east of the A21, and therefore would not be a material consideration in determining a position against accepting those sites for inclusion within the plan. You could even argue that because it's a net beneficial impact, then it favours the inclusion, or it's on the favour side of the equation for the inclusion of those sites within the plan. The key consequences of other actions for the acceptability and suitability of those sites along the ridge are not really to do with the traffic generations of those sites, because comparatively that's relatively small compared to the impacts of other measures and actions being taken. We're content that the cumulative impacts of all of those, whilst being negative on that part of the ridge, can be managed in such a way that it remains acceptable.
Thank you. Right, I'll go around this side. Yes, Mrs. Stevenson.
Mr. Hollocks, I think we do actually have the figures of the flow of the traffic. It's been printed wrong. The layout on this page is wrong, this chart. It should have gone annual average daily traffic, the ridge west, between whatever and whatever, and then it would have said 2011 model base year, 21,000, and that would have been it. And the same with the other ones, because you can see that the top ones, the 2011 model base, actually is seen to be showing current traffic or traffic flow at that time, and it's being put in the chart wrong, because otherwise it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't have not available on it, would it? Well, I think those figures are what they're trying to say is the current or at the time traffic flow, and then there should be another space which says with Link Road, without Queensway, with Link Road and with Queensway Gateway to show the other figures, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. Because you wouldn't have a 2011 model base because they're the same figures, which doesn't make sense, does it? Are you with me?
I think so, yes. But
I think it's a layout mistake, and
well,
I think that gentleman's probably right,
but
that is the traffic
yeah,
flow.
well, I've asked the County Council's representative to have a look at this and also to let me have the figures according to this matrix, which I've suggested to them. And I hope that will clarify matters. But I do think it's very important that we should be quite sure what the existing traffic flows are along the ridge, so that we can compare them in absolutely and percentage-wise with what might happen in the future.
Is there anything on the internet that apart from this one that I pushed out of 2007, that shows the traffic flows, the latest versions? Because there were thousands of different documents to do with the link road, but nothing to show traffic flow, latest traffic flow.
Well, I want these figures to be presented to the examination by the County Council as the Highways Authority.
Right.
What may or may not be on the internet may or may not help, but I think the first port of call is the County Council.
They should have let us have them with these maps, I think.
Well,
I would agree that would have been part of the package, really.
Well, I'm sure they don't need one.
Because one without the other is pretty useless. We can't make a comparison, can we?
Well, that's why I'm asking those figures.
Okay.
Right, yes, Mr. Ingleton.
One quick question. Are these figures that they're going to be produced, are these going to be model figures or actual figures?
Well, what I've asked for is actual figures of 2011. Yeah. Well, presumably we can have 2015. That's the year we're in at present, or 2000. The latest actual figures.
Actual, not mine.
Yes.
So, to clarify what's available, it is appropriate to compare what the 2011 base year model says compared to forecast using the model, because the model in its entirety is validated, which means that it adequately, according to a set of criteria, standard criteria, can be demonstrated to replicate the existing pattern of flows across the area. it's an unrealistic expectation that we can produce actual observed traffic flows for every one of the locations shown on this diagram. It would just be totally beyond the resources of the county council to mount the traffic survey programme that would be required to deliver that. So the best replication of the distribution of traffic across the area as a whole is the model representation, and the model has been proven to sufficiently accurately show what the actual flows on individual links are. Now, we can provide, where we have that information available, the actual count information for 2011, probably for later years, 2012, 13, until such time as the commencement of construction of the Bexhill Hastings link road, which starts to distort values in areas which are probably of interest to you. But yeah, we can provide what information we actually do have, and there are some permanent monitoring sites which record continuously year on year what the actual flows are in the area. We can provide you with that estimated, with that actual information for comparison on those links where we have that information with what the model is saying.
Yeah, well that will do fine. Yeah. How long do you think it will take to provide this information? Or when will I have your note?
You may well know, sir, that it's the Lewis core strategy examination starting next week in this district for the next 2 weeks, and we're heavily involved in that as well. So, although I'd like to say to you middle of next week, possibly longer, maybe the end of next week.
I mean, I would like to stress the urgency of getting these local plans adopted. I mean, that's what the Secretary of State wants, and I've got to do my level best to do as I'm told.
What we can provide. I will see what I can get done on Monday for you.
Yeah, I must stress the urgency of it. I mean, I want to get my report out as soon as possible. And
well, sir, if you're happy for me to look at on this diagram where we've got representative number of sites shown where we have comparatively consistent actual counts or 2011 counts, and provide you with that information as a first submission to you, would that be helpful?
That would probably help, but I mean, it's really that matrix that I would like to have completed as soon as possible. I just want to compare existing with likely future flows. That's the sort of thing I'm looking for.
Okay, well, I will endeavour to get something to you by close of play on Monday.
Well, that would be very helpful. Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay.
Good. Right. Yes, Mr. Wise.
Well, there's one other little thing, Mr. Hoyt. You are going to consider quite a few developments, really, north or along the A259 through Hastings, aren't you? So why can't we have, because where I live in 304 Bexhill Road, all day long there is solid traffic, and people do have what you call shunts, and little accidents quite often. And I think we're entitled, if you're going to have one for the Ridge, etc., we're entitled to have how things are going to develop along the on the A259.
Okay. Well,
please.
Right. Yes, Mr. Newbold.
Yeah, a couple of things. With regard to the public member that made a comment about the A26, I don't think that question was answered, and I would say to him, is he aware of the loop-to-loop as referred to by the council? Because that's going to be channeling the cars away from the A26 and really onto the Ridge. Secondly, the information that I asked about the bus service, it's quite good that he's told me that there's going to be a lack of weekend and evening buses from the point of view of what I need to establish, but it's not good for the people because most of the public will be trying to return home from their work at the evening time. I'd like to know what statistic is available for those extra trips which are going to be made by people going on cars or taxis because they can't use the bus service which has been cut off at that time. I would say that has a large implication as probably bigger than what the actual trips are on the allocations as well, which is also coming into this debate, and that really should be looked in those statistics as well. I don't understand how you can say that the modelled statistics can be as accurate or more accurate as a piece of equipment that's put on the side of the road which is counting cars. It has to be the most accurate way of doing it. I understand that modelling works as well, but that has to be the best way of determining this that can actually be done. Let's just see. Yeah, so that's really what I wanted to ask, because I don't think you answered my question regarding the bus use, because obviously I think that as you cut the evening times, you're going to have more traffic along the ridge and along these other routes because people are going to be returning home from work.
So is your point that the inadequacy of bus services, or the likely inadequacy of bus services in the future, militates against various allocations?
Yes, it increases the traffic still further, and what I really want to know is if this can be put into the statistics that are being on your table to bring that, because obviously I'm aware that when you do a model is only as good as the information you give it. And if we can give it information on the 2,500 trips from the ridge and add that in, and we can add in the number of extra trips from the lack of bus service, that would be very useful as well, because it would give an overall, a much better picture.
Okay, well, I'm sure that point's been noted.
Thank you.
Before I turn to the council, does anybody else wish to say anything? No?
Well, yes.
Oh, sorry.
I was just thinking, well, surely the council's got some up-to-date figures about the current traffic flow or the recent traffic flows. It shouldn't be difficult. They couldn't have got this far without them, could they? Could you? Do you not have up-to-date traffic flow records? I'm sure you must have one. I can't.
Yes, what we're providing.
And there shouldn't be a problem. There shouldn't be any real difficulty in getting it, should there? You made it sound as though it's going to be a whole new exercise. They must already be there, mustn't they?
Yeah, if I may, I wasn't intending to suggest it would be difficult to obtain the information, but the actual number of sites where that information was available may not be as comprehensive as the number of sites in which we're showing model flows. And I don't actually know, I think there's possibly 3 permanent sites in the area, maybe 4 permanent sites in the area, which will give you an idea of what there currently is, yes, but for a more comprehensive picture there isn't the additional data source available. But I take the point about the best way of recording the amount of traffic that there is on the road is to go out and count it. Of course there is. Best way of demonstrating the amount of traffic there is on the network is not to try and count every link on the network, because that is just beyond the resources of an authority to do so. But if you've got a model to satisfactorily compare the same year what the model is saying for links where you've got observed information, and take the model as a satisfactory representative of the demonstrator of link flows where you haven't got an actual count. And that's all that we're saying. The 2011 information is the best demonstrator of traffic flows on links across the whole network because it's constructed to do so, and because it is validated against existing counts where those existing counts are available. If you're looking at forecasting, you have to have the forecasts being developed using a model which has proven capable of reproducing the known situation. And that's what the validation process is.
But does that include this extra data that we've talked about? Does it include the data that you're giving it? Does it include the 2,500 trips and the extra number of trips you derived from the cutting of the evening service? You haven't answered my question.
Well, in terms of the representation of the existing situation, it doesn't need to, because we're trying to reproduce what there currently is.
But that is.
No, sorry, the 2,500 additional potential trips from the development proposals is not part of what there currently is, and that you can go out and count.
No, but the cut in the bus service, the number of extra trips that's actually happening now is.
But those bus services are still being supported.
No.
I would, without trying to defend individual decisions taken by committee on individual bus services, put forward the view that if a bus service is not commercial and is costing too much per person to support, then the number of people using it is small. And if the number of people using it is small, the consequences of those people using alternative modes is equally small.
And besides, I mean, we don't know which bus services are going to be cut during the planned period and to what extent. So it's a bit of a...
We do know what is cut at the moment, though, and what is actually being put through. It's all been agreed, and basically I don't see why that can't be put into the statistics as well. It's very good to say it's an old cherry that basically people don't use bus services, but if they're not there, you can't use them either.
That's very true, but if there is a need for the provision of a bus service to have an acceptable transportation outcome on a particular development as it comes forward, then support for provision of those additional bus services can be a proper part of Section 106 agreement tied in with the planning approval. And is generally sought by both the planning authority and the highway authority.
I mean, forgive me, it does seem that you're saying on one hand these extra allocations will have extra bus routes and everything else, and at the same time you're saying that it's not going to be took into the picture. And I think really statistically, if you're going to be talking about road systems and the number of cars that are on it, if you're manoeuvring that information about whether a bus service is going to be there or not, that has to come into play in it as well. And you have to look at the current situation, quite right.
Can I take you back to the point that you made, and you agreed with me, that inadequate bus services, whatever they might be in the future, militate against allocations of land for planning permission. That's basically it, isn't it?
Thank you.
Right. Now, I'd just like to summarise as far as I can what Mr. Ingleton and Mrs. Brown and one or two others are saying. It seems to me that the general gist is that the ridge, in terms of traffic at present, is bad enough already, and any increase in traffic from whatever source militates against further development along the ridge. Is that about it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think sorry?
It also applies along the A259.
Right, okay. Okay. Right. Are there any other points to be made on this matter? Right, that seems to silence everybody. Right, well it is now 20 to 1. Actually, before we get on to matter 7, the conclusion, there's just a couple of points. Mr. Phillips, Mr. Wise has handed to me, or through the programme officer, a spotlight on badgers, 2003. I haven't had the opportunity of looking at it, but it's got some quite interesting information about badgers. As far as I can see, it doesn't apply specifically to any policy or proposal in the development management plan. Do you have any objection to me taking it?
No, not at all, sir.
For my general education.
And equally, if Mr. Wise hasn't already, if he wants to provide a further copy, I'm happy to hand it to Mr. Davidson, who would probably be the person consulted in the authority in the event of an application coming forward where there might be badges on the side.
Okay. And the other point was, Mr. Newbold, you've very kindly set out some comments on this property and planning law update. You did ask the programme officer if you could say something about it, but have you said something about it in this written response?
Yeah, I think the written response covers what I needed to say on it. So.
Right, and what I'd like to do is to pin this to that, so it's one representation.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
With that, good. Right, well it's now 20 to 1. I would suggest that we adjourn the hearing until 1:30, and then we will come back to deal with matter 7, the conclusion. And this is a discussion, or really submissions, on whether the development management plan is sound, and if you're of the view that it is not sound, well then I should be asking you how it can be made sound. And can I stress what's on the agenda? I do not want any new evidence. The time for that has long passed, nor do I need any repetition of evidence already seen or heard. So it's really going to be a fairly straightforward session. Is the plan sound? If yes, fine. If no, how could it be made sound? What should be added to it or deleted from it to make it sound? Hope that's clear, and look forward to seeing everybody at 1:30. And we come now to matter 7, the conclusion. Now, subject to a further statement from the County Council and the comments upon it, I have now heard all the evidence, and I have also seen the sites that have been put forward in the development management plan. In dealing with the matter of soundness, can we remind ourselves of the 4 tests of soundness? The plan has to be positively prepared, justified, effective, and consistent with national policy. So what I'm going to ask each one of you is the development management plan sound? The answer to that must be either yes or no. And if no, what should be added to it or taken from it to make it sound? In other words, how should it be changed? So I'm going to go around the room in a clockwise direction, and I'll start with you, Mr. Newbold. So, first of all, is the plan sound?
No, I don't believe the plan is sound.
Right.
Specklewood is in its entirety should be removed from the plan in order to allow the plan to have any chance of being seen as legally planned or legally sound or legally compliant for the following reasons. Community compliance has not been met. Legal requirements have not been met. MPP 5 paragraph 52, 56, 58 and 109 have not been met. Page 6 and then 7 of paragraphs 3, 4, 5 of the DLG publications local plan have not been met. NPP paragraph 47 has not been met. The site is not deliverable.
You've gone over all this before, haven't you? I mean, basically, I just want to know what changes should be introduced. And from what you're saying, and from what I've heard during the course of this examination, your view is to make the plan sound, speckled wood should be deleted.
Okay.
And from that, I take it that you mean CDO1, which is Victoria Avenue, CDO3, which is the rear of Old London Road, and CDO4, which is Church Street.
Yeah.
So, is it your view?
It is my view that they should be removed, and that would come some way to constitute measures which could be introduced to make the plan sound. There are some other issues that I would like to add to that. I would like to propose a main amendment to the plan to remove Specklewood allocations CVO1, CVO3, CVO4 from this plan. It would be consistent with the community compliance and points 1 to 14 to add these allocations with no housing allocations as HN8, DM3.
Wait a minute, HN8
and DM3. Additional policies could be then added EN2, EN4, EN5, EN6 and EN7 along with policy E4 and DN6. We are sure that 177,000 individuals who visit our online sites in the last year would be happy.
No, wait a minute. It's the essence of your point is that speckled wood should be deleted. They are the 3 sites and policies introduced to it to ensure its protection.
Correct.
Is that it?
That's correct.
Good. Thank you. Right. Mr. Hollage.
The answer is no, I don't believe the plan is sound. Rather than rehash everything we talked about this morning very quickly, it's not been positively prepared in terms of the fact that it doesn't core strategy requires an unconstrained objective housing need, and where there's a shortfall in that, then they must consult with neighbouring authorities to address that, and it's not legally compliant with the national policy, planning policy framework.
So how should it be changed?
My suggestion was, as per this morning, that the easiest way around this would be put a forward in the DMP to recognise the fact that the core strategy is incorrect in terms of objective housing need, and that it will need to be reviewed in due course as will the development management plan, as the council are required to continually monitor and update their planning documents.
Right. Okay. You'd like
And obviously I'd like my client's land to be included as a house.
I nearly forgot that.
I think my fee would be halved.
Right, okay. Good, thank you. Mr. McGinley.
No, I do not believe that the plan is sound. Particular instance. Oh, thank you. The plan is not sound. A particular instance is what I mentioned some weeks ago. The lack of any consideration of a height policy. This borough has one Grade 1 listed building, and it's the castle. And nowhere does the council consider the importance of castle views in, say, the next half century up to the 1000th anniversary of the invasion. This also has implications for sites such as Braybrook Road, Havelock Road, and indeed the Ridge. And it also, in the matter of height, it also has considerable importance relating to the station bowl. The importance of what you said in your own report, the character of St Leonard's.
So
is under threat.
So how should the plan be changed? Can I just refer you to my note on design observations, and I wondered if this were to be included, whether it would go some way to meeting your concerns.
Yep.
I've talked about, and Council has commented on this and made one suggested inclusion. The number of dwellings set out in the proposed allocations policy is purely indicative. Of greater consequence for every scheme, however, will be matters which include design, height, mass, appearance, layout, trees, and relationship with the surroundings, including nearby buildings and views of the borough's natural and historic assets. I mean, the castle would come in there. Does that go some way?
Yes, although sadly the council has a history of neglecting its policies
Well,
on these matters. Yes, but yes,
we're looking forward.
Yes.
Right.
And just to continue, the adoption in collaboration with Sea Change of a rather 20th century model of office blocks and car parks does not, I think, represent a good future for Hastings and should be resisted.
So is that, is that covered in my suggested note on design observations? Have you had an opportunity of looking at it?
I don't recall.
Well, let me read it out to you in full.
No.
The number of dwellings set out in the proposed allocations policies is purely indicative, showing what might be achieved on each site. Of greater consequence, and the council has suggested of principle and greater consequence. That was it, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Principle of greater consequence For every scheme, however, will be matters which include design, height, mass, appearance, layout, trees, and relationship with the surroundings, including nearby buildings and views of the borough's natural and historic assets. We could perhaps put in there including the castle. Possibility. These considerations, rather than indicative numbers, will provide the guidelines to ensure a development worthy of the site and its surroundings. For development within conservation areas, the Council will insist on schemes of distinctive design, quality and character consistent with the statutory requirement to pay special attention to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of the area, i.e. the conservation area. A similar approach will be taken with regard to any scheme which would affect the setting of the conservation area. Does that meet your...
I do approve of it all, yeah.
Sorry?
I do approve of it.
I'm pleased to hear it. Right. So if that were to be included, you'd be happy?
I'd be happier, yes.
Happier?
Yeah, I mean, so much depends on interpretation.
Well, whatever we put in,
yes.
It's going to be subject to interpretation
yes.
and judgment.
Yes. May I add that I think that the economic future of the borough depends to a greater extent than previously on our closeness to Ashford as well as London,
right.
And of course Lady Airport.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've heard about communications in previous, but you're happy with that?
Yes.
One satisfied. Good. Right. Right, Mr. Wise.
Yes.
Sorry, yes.
I did have a few things to add. That I don't think the plan, as it stands, is sufficiently heedful of NGPF paragraphs 1765 and even 115, and these are additional reasons why it is unsound.
So how should the plan be changed?
How it should be changed would be to remove the proposals regarding the convent, certainly, and the Alpha Cafe, and to address the strange omission of White Rock Gardens as a space of townwide significance, because it too is under threat. Well, nowhere will the council admit to this.
Right. I'm not quite sure what you're saying about the convent, because we have looked at we've looked at the drafting of the policy, and there's been several drafts to it.
Yeah.
My recollection is that the amendments, or the suggested amendments, including this idea of minimum development to enable the development to take place. There was a comment from Southern Water, and
there's a need for designation as private open space.
Right.
If those were to be incorporated and enabling development on the English heritage model,
right.
Certainly that would be a huge improvement.
Right. Okay. Good. Was there anything else? Any other ways in which you think the plan should be changed to?
I think it could embrace the proposal of the Parliamentary Committee just before Christmas to regard ancient woodland as particularly important, that should only be impacted on in wholly exceptional circumstances.
In fact, the planning strategy has a policy for the protection of ancient woodland, isn't it?
But in practice,
well,
there is a problem. As at Spyway School, for example.
Sorry?
Spyway School.
Right.
The ancient woodland there.
I mean, are you suggesting that Spyway School should be deleted?
Yeah, if it were up to me, yes.
Right, okay.
I'll stop there.
Right, okay. Yes, Mr. Wise. Sound or not sound?
Yes, thank you. Soundness. What exactly is the benchmark where we can compare what the out-of-town council's team of consultants propose for the future welfare of citizens living across the borough? What exactly is the criterion they are using for the borough's future prosperity. The present plan is not positively prepared to bring the borough's infrastructure into the 21st century. From the town's initial inheritance of some 150 years ago, with amongst other overburdened facilities, the cast iron pipe work, sewage network. Replacement should have been a main priority. The pipe sizes are not capable of the proposed increase in volumes of material.
So how should the plan be changed, Mr. Wise?
Yeah, well, I'll get to that. I've got four pages. Right. In respect to the network of Victorian roads, there are no plans for their updates, just fudge plans to get around problems.
Mr. Wise, I've heard a great deal about this, and I've been very strict with other people about how you want the plan changed.
Yeah, well, I'm dealing with it, don't worry.
Well,
a new plan is justified in order to get the borough on a balanced footing. Updated transport infrastructure linked to the tourist industry, with free parking right across the borough, employment facilities properly tailored for this borough, it being a seaside resort with enormous potential for attractions and activities such as sailing regattas, fishing festivals, wave machines, for example. Our ancient woodlands contain unique scenic walks and rare flora enjoyed by tourists and
no
local
evidence
people alike.
and no repetition of
Bird
evidence.
watching.
Please tell me how you want the plan
I'll
changed.
get into it.
Well, no, you're not.
You said we've got 10 minutes to
Well, I think it's pretty...
you stated we
Up
had
to,
10
up
minutes to
to,
do it.
up to.
Although Mr Phillips has very enthusiastically talked up the plan as he has been briefed, coming from Wealdon District Council, he has knowledge of Croker's problems and places such as Hertsman Zoo, but he has very little personal knowledge of the real requirements of the ancient Cinque Port of Hastings.
Look, Mr. Wise, if you're not going to tell me how you want the plan changed, I'm going to move on to somebody else.
Or very forceful,
so how
they
do you
cannot
want
be
the plan
considered
changed?
as credible,
Right,
factual evidence. You gave me the opportunity, sir. So
I know, I am. I'm giving you the opportunity of telling me how you want the plan changed.
Well, I'm
no, you're not. You're not.
Of course I am. It should
well,
be
we'll
not,
have to disagree on that.
It should not be considered as a desirable product in its present form, as it is entirely biased on building houses at the cost of everything else. Lack of safe paths on the Victorian road network, the inability to adequately deal with sewage disposal, groundwater drainage, the total disregard to wildlife laws, including Hastings Borough Council's own wildlife policies.
Right, I've got a note here, but your view is the plan should be scrapped. Is that right?
Populations
The plan should be
guaranteed in
scrapped.
the 2000 Borough Plan. As to the plan's flexibility, how can the out-of-council representatives judge its flexibility? In its present form, it is not flexible, just a hard and fast formula to build houses on unstable land and employment development sites on Greenland, where the developments will seriously encroach on nature reserve land. In particular, new sewage and surface water drainage lines with the added wholesale destruction of wildlife foraging habitat. Council officers do not monitor properly development sites now. What recourse can we expect for the future? What law or legislation is there in place to effect guaranteed monitoring? Unfortunately, Hastings, only being half a normal town and the only seaside town that has a main trunk road running along the entire seafront with its unique history that dates it back to the French invasion, to comply even with lip service to the national policy is wrong. Hastings and St Leonard's both date back to the 1600s for architecture, plumbing, land stability problems with its unique geographic and geological location. Ancient woodland, how many hectares are there left in the borough managed correctly or even half managed correctly? Preserved woodland, how is the council managing those areas? Would I be correct, Mr Phillips, in stating none? Returning to wildlife issues, where on the development plan policies map does it show safe travel routes for mammals and native reptiles as shown in the 2004 policies map? A, to freshwater, B, to alternative safe foraging zones. Clearly, the new development plan is far too open to abuse with the continued destruction of agreed habitat and covert eradication of populations of protected species of wildlife, a policy that Mr Cookson and his team have followed recently. I understand that the inspector has viewed some of these sites. All planning applications start at the planning department offices, and case officers are officially responsible for follow-up procedures which include strict adherence to 106 agreements. This is not happening at this time. Therefore, the soundness of the present procedures must be brought into sharper focus with much clearer meaning and adherence to laws and legislation dealing with wildlife conservation and the borough's commitment to biodiversity. We should all remember that the new proposed plan revolves around the word policy, meaning action, management and contract. The final wording at the end of each section, or as appropriate, must be erased. The agreed policy is either fit for purpose or should not have been considered. For the future, better thought must go into the contacting people and holding hearing sessions that suit the public better. All planning meetings are held between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. weekday evenings, for example. Long sessions for important items such as the proposed new borough plan should be held either on Saturdays or Sundays. Many people I have spoken to state that they are unable to attend as they are at work. The present arrangements only suit the out-of-town council's consultants, whereas any new planning arrangements will seriously affect the people that live here. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. So, I mean, there's a lot of issues there, Mr Wise. I mean, the impression I get is that you think that the plan should be scrapped and the council should start again. Is that a fair comment?
Make it, yes, because we need to make a better job of it.
Okay. So there's no scope for changes to it. The thing should be scrapped.
Thank you.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So, yes, Mr. Dalton, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Thank you. My statement is purely in relation to Mr. and Mrs. Berryvan's site.
Which we looked at yesterday.
Which we looked at yesterday, and reference CVO3, but also includes the rest of the site as well.
Yes, yes.
I just think the plan in respect to this specific site is unsound for two reasons. One, that it is deallocated, it can't actually be used as open space because it's in private ownership and is likely to remain so. And two, I think without the previous allocation, which was 80 to 100 units, I don't think the housing sites allocated in the plan will be able to deliver the housing needs as stated by the Hastings. I think this is more deliverable than some of the other sites.
So how do you want the plan changed?
I would like the plan to reinstate the allocation. We think there's a good opportunity for 50 to 80 decent homes, which would create an open space facility. It would open up, improve the Lower Valley area.
Yeah, that's all in your evidence. I just want to know. I mean, my understanding is that you're saying the plan is not sound at present, but are you saying that it could be made sound by the inclusion of what we've been referring to as the emission site, which is basically that central area, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
That on the emission site plan.
Yes. Right, that's basically what I'm saying.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right, Mr. Ingleton.
Right. Well, my points are that I don't think the plan is sound. One of my reasons is that we haven't got sport and recreation in it that we had in the previous one. I put it in my submission, but the sports and recreation wasn't included. It was 10A before in the previous plan, and Hastings has a little over half the required amount of open space, and there's need to safeguard existing playing fields and pitches. The other things on the open space are, in fact, that the council had a target to get 90% of households access to open space within 300 metres of their homes by 2013. With all the new sites, this is a continuing target. So when there are new sites, they must have that amount of open space again. But these things seem to have been dropped from 2004 into the plan that we have now.
So are you looking for some sort of a policy to ensure that...
I think you could pretty well put in the 10A and 10B that we had before.
And that's 10A and 10B. Is that the Hastings local plan?
Yeah,
the 2003 edition? 2004. 2004, April 2004. Right. Right, okay.
I did send all the, all the information into the document, but it hasn't gone in there. Another thing I was going to say was about the density of Hastings. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it once more. Hastings has the highest population of any East Sussex borough, with 30.4 dwellings, and all the other areas, even the South East, only has 4.5. So I'm making the general point that last time in the local plan in 2004, you said there's hardly any space. There's no space hardly now, and it keeps going on, and things are squeezed in areas that, in lots of ways.
So again, in what way should the plan be changed to take that point into account?
Well, I think you ought to say about the density of it, and he ought to say about the numbers ought to be reduced to suit that.
Does this matter about design that I read out when Mr. McGinley was speaking, does that go some way to meeting your concerns?
I did write in or email in about your notes on design.
Yes. Yeah.
And what bothered me about it was, it said the number of dwellings set out in the proposed allocation policy is purely indicative. If you read through all that and a developer gets a site, he thinks he can do anything by reading that. What in fact we've got is we've got in the local plan densities of 30 dwellings a hectare generally, and 40 in the more congested areas. So what happens is 30 dwellings per hectare gives you houses with garages and gardens, which is basically what we'd like, for families to move here and for it to be good.
So,
So I'm not happy with this, and it's purely indicative. I don't think it is purely indicative. It should be based on the 30 dwellings per hectare.
Right.
For garages and gardens, and maybe 40 for...
So you're looking for some sort of policy or guidance to say that residential development residential development will be based on a principle of so many dwellings per hectare.
That's right. It's policy H1, housing density. 8.2, density should generally be set at 30 dwellings a hectare. It's in the planning strategy.
Right.
And I thought what happened was with your design change, it sort of moved away from that.
Right, okay.
Being moved away from.
Right, so that's policy H8 in the planning strategy.
It's chapter 8 housing, policy H1.
H1.
8.2.
Right, okay.
You know, I make the general point that planning is public benefit versus private money. My next item is in fact the infrastructure delivery plan, which I've made points about before, and I am concerned about the lack of detail that's in it, and I'm also concerned about the monitoring of it, because in fact the people that seem to be monitoring it are the local planners. Well, a lot of the local planners don't actually live in the area. The people that know what's happening are the people that live nearby, and the people that are concerned about the people that live near them.
So what should be put in the development management plan by way of a change?
I think, well, I'm just about to say, I was going to go through the various pages, and I've headed up some of them, and I'll be as quick as I can. The school places, on page 8 and 9, it says how the early years provision was 734 places short. If you go on to the primary school provision, 840 places short. They've got some sort of capital programme, but it's for the whole of the county, not just like this area. And there's also other year areas where in fact we're short of schools. And what's been happening is that we have had schools here, we have had sites here which are belonging to East Sussex County Council. They come along and demolish a primary school and make it into a building site. So what's happening is there's a big pressure on, in fact, schooling for children.
Well, I have heard this previously, Mr. Ingleton. What I want to know is how should the development management plan be changed? What should go into it, or what should be taken out of it to make it sound?
Well, what I'm saying is that this information delivery plan ought to be put on a proper footing, because I don't think it is now, and that's one of the reasons why. The other reason is on the health side, when in fact we've got all the health inequalities with the Joint Strategic Needs Assessment, and I've made those points again as before. That needs looking at very carefully. Haven't got timescales of when these various things are going to happen. What else have we got? I'm concerned about the southern water, with all the extra places that are going to go on. All the southern water says, oh, well, we're going to do something. One, they haven't got a timetable, they haven't got a budget, and they don't seem as if they're going to do very much. And I think it's all a total disgrace. So
I must bring back, how do you want the plan changed?
Well, I want somebody to get hold of southern water with a proper scheme to make the situation work. There's no money put against it, there's no timetable. When are they going to put the drains in for any of those sites along the ridge? I don't know. That's what we expect people to do. We expect somebody that's got a bit of knowledge to do these things. And just going on, what else we got? We've got this, again, I keep saying about the bathing water directive. We've got the marine management group as well, and we've got the problem with water problems. And although the global councils will say that nothing's going to happen for 3 years, unfortunately, we're not actually meeting what we should be doing now, this year, when the new bathing targets are going to come in, we're going to fail again.
But what can be put in the development management plan to put this right?
Well, the development management plan is part of this delivery plan, and it is a poor delivery plan. It's not accurate, it's not up to date, and there's no money being put in for these things to happen. So what happens? Somebody comes along and says, like the clinical commission group, we've got no plans. That's
the problem is, Mr. Ingleton, I still do not know how you think the plan itself should be changed. I'm sorry, but how should it be planned? What extra paragraph or policy should be put in, or what should be taken out to make the plan sound?
Right. Well, in basic terms, I'm talking about the delivery plan ought to be of better quality, and the monitoring there of it ought to be better. That's that.
Right. Okay.
There's got stuff here. I know you don't want new information, but I've got the Director of Public Health reports here, all that sort of stuff. Right. The other thing is I'm a little concerned about the Council's conclusions to the soundness of the plan, and what's happened here is on their final pages. I'll find them. Unfortunately, I've got a page, but here. Yes, it's page 6. It's saying how they can in fact achieve more on the sites that are in the local plan. And what it comes down to on the page afterwards, on 7125, that one, it says that they're going to get 15% more. So 15% more on 200 rows a hectare is an extra 30 per annum. And over the plan period, it's 15%, which is 500. So the point I'm really making is that there seems to be scope in there. There are a number of sites which I emailed about yesterday which don't seem to be included in the plan, which should be. I asked a question about the number of student accommodation, and what ought to happen is that there ought to be a revised list of the developments and the numbers to come up to this 3,400, and it seems to me that it's all a bit nebulous. What we've actually done here is we've gone through the strategy to start with, and it says the number, and then we've gone through the sites, and we've got to get those to line up.
So how should the development plan be changed?
So what I'm going to say is that as you've got 15% in there, you could delete Robsack. You could delete this.
Okay. Yeah, now we're getting to it. Right. So you've got Robsack
That's it.
A. Wait a minute, Robsack A deleted. Any more deleted?
Well, I'm saying I'm following the same thing with Speckled Wood, with the 3 sites on the perimeter of Speckled Wood.
Yeah.
And I'm also saying about the site that we looked at the other day, Sandrock.
Sandrock, right. What about the other sites along the ridge? There's Harrow Lane and, what is it, 177 the ridge, the one next to it?
Well, you
can't remember the number.
You did say on one of them that the numbers by the council were underdone, and I did ask that the numbers ought to be re-looked at and taken into consideration against the 3,400. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So let's see the deletions. Robsack A, the 3 at Speckled Wood, Sandrock. Any more do you think should be deleted?
Well, I'm not sure because I don't know how the traffic thing is going, do I? I think there's going to be a large amount on the traffic. I said about 37% of my calculations. You know, it may be 34. But
yeah, I've got the impression you agreed with my suggestion of the gist of what people were saying, that it was bad enough already, and any increase militated against the further development along the ridge. So does that mean that you think land allocated along the ridge should be deleted? Is that what you're saying?
Or reduced, yes.
Well,
yeah. The other thing that you said this morning is, was it just new properties? I'm also concerned because of the extra amount of traffic on the ridge affecting the existing properties and the existing people who are already there.
Okay. So, but the deletions, and let's just have a look at this focus area 1, and we'll go through them. We'll go through them, and you can tell me which ones you think should be deleted.
I'm reasonably happy with the ones that I mentioned before, and I can't really say about the other ones without putting the full facts.
Okay, right, okay. Right, anything else? How else do you think the plan should be changed?
The thing that I think ought to be enforced is the minimum dwelling space standards. What happened was that it was put forward, and it seemed to be that it's going to be adapted in some way. I would like to make sure that it goes ahead exactly as it was put forward by the council and should be adopted in use now, really, because I know what's going to happen is there's going to be a long time before this is okay, and developers are going to be coming along not providing accommodation to these minimum sizes.
Right, so you want DN3 to stay as it is in the development management plan, so no change there. Okay?
And the other thing is that I'm also concerned about is planning in the future and the monitoring and carrying forward of the local plan that we've got. And I've made the point before, and I'm doing it very quickly, is that I'm not sure we've actually got the staff to do it. We haven't got, don't seem to have got a borough planner. Mr. Palmer, who's head of housing, came along for half a day. Mr. Crawford, who's a development manager, we never saw at all. And I would
well, I'm not sure how this helps me for changing the plan.
Well, I'm saying that the monitoring can't be carried out unless they've got the right staff to do the job.
Right, okay. So you want a better quality infrastructure development plan and better monitoring.
Yes.
I'm not sure how we put that in the plan, but I'll have to think about that.
Fine.
Okay. Right. Anything else? Any other changes to the plan?
I can't think of it at the moment, thank you.
Mrs. Stevenson.
Right, well I did prepare a 4-page document which came to 11.3 minutes, but I understand that's not going to be acceptable, is it?
Well, I don't want to go over previous
The
evidence.
thing is, okay, shall I just start and see what happens?
Can I just...
I've cut out loads of it, and I know just to pack it about so that it might be a bit much.
Right, I mean, I want to...
I know, yes.
I want to concentrate... I mean, first of all, is the plan sound? In your
No,
opinion? It is.
not in its entirety.
Not in its entirety?
No.
Well, that means that it isn't. It's not sound, in your view. So, how can it be made sound? Can it be made sound by the deletion of Rothsack A?
It can be made sound to a certain point, yes. But there are other sites in the plan which actually have been picked up by Sussex Wildlife Trust, which they urged you to look at because they considered it wasn't sound because of their inclusion. Now, I've spent 7 years looking at Rothsack and fighting for its survival. So I can't say I'm au fait with a lot of other things, although I have got involved with a lot of planning decisions which were quite wrong, and we've been successful in getting some stopped. But with Rothsack, what's upset me is that in this conclusion, HBC 12, the council actually say, designations affecting landscape and wildlife matters, together with appropriate policies, we show how we intend to continue to protect and enhance our natural, built and historic environment. That isn't true. To say that that's been put in the environs of Rothsack A is completely wrong, because there are a number of examples where the decision to put forward these sites conflict with the policies which you actually had firmed up when you said in October 2013 that although policies EN2 to EN5 are wide-ranging and generally seek to protect and enhance the various open spaces, you said, as submitted, however, the planning strategy does not accord sufficient importance to the protection of ancient woodland. So on that meeting, I clearly recall the policies had been firmed up, a lot more were included. We've got ENs 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And we were confident that, we'd see an automatic recommendation to remove Rothsack A and possibly others, which Sussex Wildlife Trust lists, but our optimism was short-lived as these sites remained in the development plan.
Well, Mrs. Stevenson, I mean, we have discussed Rothsack A. I spent a good hour on the site and the surroundings.
Okay.
Let's move on from here. You want Rothsack A deleted.
And shall I tell you a little bit more or not? Because I've only had 3 minutes.
Well, I want you to tell me how you want the plan changed.
I want Rothsack A removed, and I'm not being selfish, but I'm sure there are other sites that should be removed, which you may have looked at beyond my remit. But my baby is Rothsack A, along with hundreds of other people. And that, to me, is the only one I can actually talk about with any confidence and any very, very deep knowledge. And that's a site that should not be in there. Because as long as it remains in that plan, I don't think you can call it a sound plan.
Okay.
I think the policies that are in there must have a worth and a real meaning which is honoured. Otherwise they are meaningless, and they're merely a means to an end to hasten the progress of planning consents. And as things stand, it's very clear these policies are being ignored.
Well, you've told me about
Right,
this.
okay, so what else could I tell you then? You see, no repetition, but I have to bring some of it back in to justify why I'm saying I want it removed.
Well, I think you put arguments forward at previous hearings for the deletion of RobSac A, and now today you are confirming that you do not think the plan is sound because it includes RobSac A, and in your view, RobSac A should be deleted.
Well, shall I read my last little paragraph?
Yeah, read the last paragraph.
This is my other campaigns. We respectfully request that you consider this site RobSac A and recommend the protection it merits, because we're not talking about the site in isolation. We are talking about the future protection of the entire ancient woodlands of RobSac and Churchwood, local nature reserve and local wildlife site. Thank you.
Right, so delete RobSac A and designate it a local nature reserve?
Yes, as Murray Davison did recommend in his historic report.
Yes, I remember it well.
Yes, okay. This is what we want, because it would be simple to do, and that would be the end of the argument. We'd all be extremely grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Horrocks. In view of what you said, I intend to approach this whole issue in the following way, and that is by briefly referring to matters that you have expressed concern about, and saying that this plan as it stands is not acceptable.
Not sound.
It could be if those matters that have received your attention are put right, if you like, and I will briefly go through them.
Please.
First of all, the need for the highest standards of new build. Now, there was this plea about reducing room standards, which you resisted, and you actually put an amendment, and then you asked us for our views, and some of us put a further amendment, and which you accepted. Now, if that is done, and we can resist the efforts of developers which have succeeded in the past to reduce room standards, then it will be a sound plan, because standards will be upheld.
So basically, you want DM3 staying as it is in the.
So long as you are persuaded that that will counter the efforts of developers to reduce them.
I know what you mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, RobSac A, I've only briefly got something to say about that. It has to be removed. The leader of the council said this was the way to do it. He would not remove, remembering that the council owns this land, he would not remove RobSac. He said the place to do it is this new local plan. So here we are making the last plea. And I need to refer, please, to your particular report, which was dated the 21st of October 2013, and especially to the section on the natural environment, and in particular paragraphs 123 to 124, when you actually question the present planning strategy, and you put it so well. So, I mean, you had expressed concern about this. Then Mrs. Stevenson, with enormous difficulty, unearthed this terribly important report, which every line says, do not destroy, and it lists a whole lot of flora and fauna and everything. Yeah. And that is so, so important, because everything that's in there is still as bad, if not more in need of being rescued than it was then. So there is no longer any justification to keeping this as a development site. Briefly, on Greenway. Greenway, I will say to the council, is not a cycleway. All these healthy green paths weaving throughout the town are intended to be for people as well as cycles, and they are greenways, they are not cycle routes, and they should not be referred to in that way, and the minimum 5 metres is essential. Right. Thank you very much. Now, West Hill area. You expressed concern about the 50 to 80 dwellings to be built in the West Hill area, and we could see the very real threat to the West Hill itself. So how excellent it was that we can be reassured that we have this protection by means of saying that, can't find it, its open aspect is to be protected. That's right. So the West Hill itself,
the
West Hill itself.
So you want something in the text
Yes.
to protect the open
Aspect.
character.
Which you already mentioned, actually. You did say that when we were discussing it, that it needs to be written in. So I'm really reiterating that. Because we've learned, surprisingly, that there is no countrywide organisation existing to protect heritage green spaces. So we have English Heritage protecting buildings, but nobody protects green spaces. So we have to protect the West Hill. We're all sitting here and knowing now at the moment about Rocklands and the East Hill. So let us protect the West Hill from trying to put some of these 50 to 80 dwellings on it, because the way to get to, we won't get to 50 to 80 dwellings, but however many we manage to succeed, it'll have to be infilling, because both the Old Town and the West Hill area cannot be expected to provide new development in any quantity. It has to be infilling. You can't put the port into a pine pot. So that's that. Now, I'm coming now to strong concerns. This is probably a drop in the ocean in the whole local plan, but it's a matter of principle, and it's Cornwallis car park. I have to actually draw to everybody's attention what happened here. And I'll take you back, please, to the before the completion of the present local plan. You agreed to support representation from myself and colleague that the 10 dwellings proposed on this car park site should include a green stroke play space area.
I think I mentioned a pocket park, didn't I?
You did,
Yes.
you did. So unbelievably, in my opinion, this requirement has been removed. Then it reappeared, and then it went again, and I'll explain. I mean, totally unacceptable.
Yeah, I think I've got the point that you want open space, you want the policy to say that there should be, or there must be, provision for open space as part of the development.
Yes, well, so I'll just remind you that Mr. Phillips over there, somewhat gleefully, I regret, said that the minister had that week said that, small developments should not have to provide for extra amenities. Now, my point about that is ministers come and ministers go, but the need in this area for some sort of green space, open area, play area, whatever you want to call it, amenity for the area which is so built up and so in need of some sort of relief. And this council has been pretty good about doing that sort of thing. Now it needs to be talking about doing this. There are ways and means to achieve it, are there not? Because 10 dwellings should have, according to the present and the future local plan, should have a 9-metre garden with them. It's not reasonable to expect them to have 9-metre gardens on this site, so they should be making a contribution, the developer should, to get this built.
But the main thing is to have Cornwallis car park, the policy that applies to that. The policy must make sure that the development includes some open space.
Right, it should, and it has been proved, that this was it's an asset to the neighbourhood. It's a neighbourhood asset. Have I said enough about that?
I think so. Yeah, I've been making a list of it, and when you finish, I'll go through it. I'll go back to you and just make sure that I've got everything in terms of these changes that you want to see in the development.
I've nearly finished because I just want to refer to the traffic on the bridge. I've said what I've said, and this cannot be sound, this plan, unless somebody has to recognise that these people who are going to live in these 3 new developments have got to get onto the bridge to get anywhere. They just have to get out and onto the bridge traffic. And the county council refuses to see this as a problem, an extra problem, as you've already said, because it's a problem now. They're not even recognising it's a problem now for those people who have to access the bridge from all sorts of by roads and some of them are big developments. And so it's even worse. They're not recognising it's even worse in the future. Now, a senior councillor, I don't have to go to the what do you call it, Bill, where you have to ask for permission to find anything out, because he publicly said that the thing that the county council was going to do was to wait and see the effect of the traffic with the link road before these developments were built. And he's gone quiet on that, but there obviously is concern. But somehow or other, the county council and highways people are not really in line with that concern. So this is a real problem that I hope can be dealt with. Finally, monitoring is terribly important, and we have to make sure that monitoring is done properly. And absolutely finally, so I don't know how you do this, but we have had a reasonable local plan, we've had a good local plan, but how many times, and I'm only looking at Mr. Phillips because he hasn't been here to do it, but how many times have we sat at a planning meeting and seen the councillors and the officers completely ignoring what's in there? Yeah. It's in there and it's good, but they've ignored it and they've recommended to build on it or do something dreadful with it because they just pretend it's not there. And what is the good of this plan, which is lasting till 2028, being taken no notice of? I don't know what you can do about that, but it's a terrible, terrible thing.
I mean, as I see it, my job is to ensure that the local the development management plan is sound.
Yes.
Whether that will require modifications or not, I'm not prepared to say at present. But basically, I want to do my best to give the council the tools to make these decisions. That's really my job with your help.
Well, you are doing a job, and thank you very much for that.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Can I just go through to make sure I've got everything? As regards policy DM3, you're happy with it at present, but you're saying that we've got to keep these accommodation standards, room sizes for the various numbers of bedrooms, so that's that. RobSat A you want removed. You make the point that Greenway, it's not, well, it's a people way rather than not a cycle way, and there's this minimum distance. I mean, we have looked at that, and I think, if I recall rightly, Mr. Phillips, you made the point that 5 metres width is fine, but there might be places where, for whatever reason, it's simply not practicable to get it. I seem to remember.
Yes, indeed, and on the smaller sites, I think I did also infer that 5 metres could impact adversely on viability.
Yes. West Hill, you want something in the local plan to say that its open character or aspect must be protected. You're saying the Cornwallis car park, the policy for that should include provision for open space in whatever form it takes. Now the ridge, I'm not sure whether you're saying that the proposed allocations along the ridge should be deleted because of the existing traffic.
Well, we have to be realistic, sir. I mean, it's no use. I mean, some of us have said that 32 dwellings, that can realistically be deleted. Can't really expect all on the ridge. Three developments to be deleted. It's not possible. So, maybe one of them should be, but it's not up to me. But the point is that as things stand at the moment, nobody should be able to put all those more people on the ridge without any reasonable access to the ridge itself.
Okay, right. And then the monitoring. I'm not quite clear how you think the development management plan should be changed to ensure better monitoring? How can we do that?
Well, I think there are words in there. I just want to make sure that it happens. I think there are words that say it should be annually monitored.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, I just want to make sure it actually happens.
It's the actions rather than the words.
Yeah.
Right. Good. Well, thank you very much for that. Thank you. Mr. Keeley, is the plan sound? If not, how can it be made sound?
No, it's not sound. I've got a bit of history here, but you haven't heard this before. In brief, we have Middle Eastern buyers coming to London for safe haven. And in the event some of the Middle East gets completely advanced, some are resting and in keeping the property empty. Sellers who buy from them, South West people, can come into Hastings and pay inflated prices.
So how should the plan be changed?
Well, I'm telling you here that we have got, at the moment, a market economy, which means anybody can move into the area with money from the Middle East in a lot of cases. And of course, 40% of the houses being built are often sold to buy-to-let companies. Now, if you take, in fact, most local incomes are more likely to be £13,000 to £15,000 a year. Some private rents are £800 a month, thus amounts to £9,600 a year. Even people on £15,000 a year would only have £4,000 left. So the market economy, as we know it, is not helping the people Hastings at all. Those people who rent never can save a deposit. There's a loan pay off the mortgage. His property is £200,000 in the first place. We have to ask if we need a market housing for the world to move into, or social housing run by housing associations that move problem families into the areas. Does Hastings need that? Land should not go from £20,000 an acre to £500,000 an acre with planning gain. No government addresses this, yet land values are what makes everything unaffordable from day one. If one goes back far enough, land was given to kings by the friends who had done favours in the battles. If I was King of England, I could say I would give the Hastings to the Inspector because he had lent me some of his many men for winning some of my battles. In the event we wanted a new school in Hastings, would we ask a developer to build a school, then sell it to us? No. We would put it as tender. So why don't we do the same with houses we need? So, where do we go from here? We should take the selected sites, pay the owners £5,000 per house, that's a landhouse, that is put on the site. Contract a developer to build the houses, and sell them at the cost. This would probably be around £85,000 to £90,000 through a local trust, which is what I've actually given you before, I think. And therefore, the people who buy them can only sell them back to the trust, and not move them on, so they don't have this last stare, if you like. They can receive what a new age trust build. There is a need to be a network of such a plan, but being we have all the districts building homes, this should be a national plan. We have over 4,000 houses in Rotherham and Hastings on the housing waiting list. Four in Hastings and North Bexhill should be under this plan. We should build off the ground, different design here, stop the flooding, so we can save water off runoffs. The plan that we have been through is only good for the landowners and developers that are only interested in making top capital gains. The plan, I'm nearly there. This is good. The plan, as it stands, will only cause debt and despair. There is no care homes, nothing for the British nomads that want a different way of life. But most of the nation's brokenness is from debt caused by the main high cost of housing and rent that are out of control. That is why the plan is not sound. If Hastings is one of the most deprived areas, and the corporation does nothing to improve that situation. And may I suggest that at this time, the Grosvenor school site is the first to do this plan. Pay the county council £5,000 per house goes on the site, if they do that, which will be $1 million, and then your plans for anything. But don't allow this site to have developers become a developer's paradise. I am concerned about the flooding, transport, and there is nothing for older people's accommodation. Care homes are not even mentioned. And I would actually quite say, what after 2027, 28? Do we do it all again? All these people have said it's overdeveloped, and they're concerned about loss of open space and natural habitat and various things. But what next? Do we do it again? You know, I know we've got a big population, we've got to be housed somewhere, but you can't go through Hastings, you come into the channel.
How should the plan be changed?
The Borough Council could take control of the land and employ developers to build the houses, not have this situation where developers turn up and say, I want to build it, you try and stop it. The council should take control. We should employ the developers to build the house we need, which would be about 89,000.
Okay.
And it could be done. The people in Hastings can't afford to make mortgages.
Right, okay.
Nor rent of £800 a month.
Okay. Right, Mrs. Jarvis, is the plan sound? If it isn't, how can it be made so?
I think it's not sound, owing to the extreme density in central St Leonard's. The 1 to 3 Chapel Park Road and the Alfred side should not be allocated.
Right, let me just make a list. Chapel Park Road and the Alpha Cafe site.
Yes.
They should be deleted, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And because of the negative impact on tourism and economic and social vitality in this area. A far better use for the former British Rail Social Club site would be to extend the play area for older children and people. And
sorry, I'm not sure I've understood that. You're saying that the play area should be extended into the British Rail site?
it was burnt down, the
right.
British Rail Social Club, and that was where it was allocated for building up landmark multi-storey.
Oh, landmark, I
yes.
remember that.
Yes.
That word, yes.
And then this area would have outdoor table tennis tables, pull-up bars for older children and even adults. And then that's for that bit. And then also the whole of the convent ground should be designated as private open space. This would not preclude an enabling development so long as it was in accordance with the national guidance on enabling developments.
Right, okay. Right.
And also, paragraphs regarding the convent should be included in Focus Area 7, called Our Vision for Central St Leonard's and Bohemia. These should state that the council wants to see that listed buildings, the Italian AD swing and other heritage assets are conserved, and a suitable long-term future is secured for the convent and its grounds.
Yes, I think there's words to that effect in the suggested draft of that policy, if I remember rightly.
Yes.
So I'll take a closer look at that. But you think that that policy for the convent, that should be looked at again with a view to preserving the private open space, the open land at present, and also to ensure the protection of that Italianate. Is it the east wing or the west wing? East wing. Yeah. Right. So you'd like to see that included in that policy.
So that it can't be sold off and
well, so it can't be demolished.
Or yes, and also the extra land can't be built on.
Right.
So it's all private open space.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Jarvis, did you wish to add anything there?
Well, I also think that sites CLB1 and CLB2, the Alpha site and the Chapel Park Road, should not be allocated, or if the Alpha site is allocated, the taxi office building that is an integral part of the Victorian fabric of the station should be retained, and any development on the rest of the site should be restricted to single-storey flat-roofed.
Right.
Because I believe any development beyond this, in the station area, would harm the unique period character of the area and have an adverse effect on tourism and general economic and social vitality of this very deprived and densely populated area, and it's the place where people arrive and park. And with regard to the convent grounds, given the council's very disturbing handling of the current enabling application, HSFA 10-00207, I believe there are likely to be very grave consequences for these vitally important heritage assets if they are not adequately protected in the Hastings Development Management Plan.
Right.
In order to protect the convent and its grounds from inappropriate development, other than enabling development that is in accordance with the national guidance on enabling development, I believe it is essential to make the changes I suggested in my comments on HN6.
Yes, you refer there to minimum development, or
yeah, well, I basically recommend that the policy adopted that a general policy on enabling development that is in accordance with the national guidance, the English Heritage Funds,
right.
that underlies MPPF 140, is adopted, that also requires the council to formally notify English Heritage that or their successor that an enabling development application has been submitted.
Right.
So they can actually comment on it.
Yeah. And you've put all that in writing, in fact, haven't you?
Yes, I have pretty well. Yeah, because English Heritage, disturbingly, English Heritage have not had the opportunity to comment on the current enabling development.
It's not. I'm not.
I'm
not reviewing how that
all right,
application should be dealt with.
Exactly. No, but I'm just saying it's essential that if it's going to be things are going to be done properly with regards to the site, and an enabling development if things are going to be done in accordance with how they should be done, these changes need to be made, basically.
Okay. Now, in terms of the development in St Leonard's, much of which is in a conservation area, does this suggested design note help if we're thinking in terms of, for example, the Elf Cafe? For development within conservation areas, the council will insist on schemes of distinctive design, quality and character consistent with the statutory requirement about preserving or enhancing character or appearance. Similar approach would be taken with regard to any scheme which would affect the setting of the conservation area. Does that go some way towards meeting your concerns, if that were to be included in the plan?
With the Alpha site, it doesn't go nearly far enough, because it's this topological bowl that gives wonderful views all over the place, and anything other than single-storey flat roof development on that site would destroy the whole feel and the unique character and appearance of that station area. And it's a wonderful place for people to arrive in and depart from when coming to this historic town with that lovely station and everything else. And I really do think, and it's the most densely, by far the most densely populated ward in East Sussex, 31.75% more densely populated than any other ward in East Sussex in 2011, according to 2011 census data. So, and I just think it would have such an adverse impact in terms of tourism. And
so you would like the policy referring to the Alpha Cafe to specify that it should be no more than single storey.
Flat because well, on the seafront people are very disturbed by the high roof on the fish and chip,
Yes.
which blocks out various routes.
Right, thank you. Dr. Joyce.
Thank you, sir. I'd really just like to augment comments made by Mrs. Brown and our last speaker, because I think our principal reason for feeling that the plan is unsound at the moment is that it's not fully consistent with National Policy HN1. There are fine words in the plan, and we welcome those, but as Mrs. Brown has said, one wants to see a real determination to turn the words into action and to understand what the words mean when they're applied in detailed policy. And I think that's where we feel that at present the plan fails. We, of course, particularly concerned with the original historic area of St Leonard's, which you yourself have seen, sir. And what we would like to see in the plan, as far as the Burton St Leonard's Society is concerned, is a much more detailed exposition of what is meant in terms of appraisal of this particular conservation area, and indeed other conservation areas, and the exact or very detailed criteria for conservation and enhancement. We would also like to see a recognition, in the case of our particular conservation area, that it is an integral whole, not simply an interesting scattering of historic buildings, and that although, as you yourself saw, that it's very secluded, the historic area, it's contiguous with and impacts on the Victorian development of St Leonard's, Central St Leonard's, and of course the modern township. And we need to see a crucial, I think, understanding from the council that seen as a whole, the town has the potential, the township has a potential, enormous potential in terms of the future prosperity and the economy of St Leonard's on Sea. And we could widen those issues out with reference to the borough as a whole. Also in relation to a seafront strategy, there seems to be scant recognition of the importance of the historic area in relation to a seafront strategy. That should certainly be embodied in the plan. What we would like to see is convincing and detailed evidence that the council has policies which will back up the generalised statements it makes in relation to policy HN1. I think if we saw those, we would feel that the potential for soundness in the plan is being realised. Those are the points that I would particularly like to make. Perhaps I may just add one other thing, if you'll allow me, sir. We did have a member of the society write to us, and if I could very briefly quote what he said, because we endorse it. The planner's mantra about modern wood design in a vibrant community, etc., is unobjectionable, so why don't we have any? There's been nothing here since 1945 that's impressive or celebrated. We would broadly endorse that. The planning authority's record since the war has, in our view, been poor. It is possible now, I think, on the basis of this plan, together with any recommendations that you make, to rectify those deficiencies, but we do need to see much more explicit detail and much more detailed evidence of the council's determination, capacity and determination to put the relevant policies into effect.
Right, okay. I mean, I've got here your comments on my note on design observations. You say that we would like to suggest it could be built on by reference to the following. So you would like to see that as a change or an addition to the plan. And you've also, I haven't got it in front of me, but you've also, at my request, made some observations about Burton St Leonard's, which you would like, in one way or another, incorporated into the development management plan.
We should. So we don't think even today that the council sufficiently recognises the crucial asset which Burton St Leonard's is. It's really absolutely unique, and it's certainly arguable. We would argue it that it is comparable in importance to the old town. They're not in rivalry, as it were, and indeed the two relevant conservation societies work closely together. But it is of that importance. I hope that we brought something of that out when you made your sites.
It was a very interesting site.
It is, of course, extremely beautiful. And the fact that it's very secluded can give rise to a supposition that it has little relevance, as it were, to the modern township and central St Leonard's, but actually the two are very closely related, as indeed both are to any seafront strategy which emerges.
But in terms of changes to the plan, I've got the observations on my text about the design criteria, and also what you've produced about Burton St Leonard's.
Yes.
That would, if they were to be included, in principle, you would say the plan was sound. Is that fair?
I think that the plan has potential for soundness.
It's a nice point, that. Yes, Mr. Wise.
Yes, don't forget that document I gave to you much earlier in the session.
Yes, I recognise it.
And that alone makes this present borough plan not operational. It wants proper readjusting, a new view taken to the whole thing. And you've heard so much about everybody saying it's unsound for this reason and that reason. I think this document more or less takes care of all of it anyway.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've got that document.
Yeah.
I recognise it. Yes. Right. Well, yes, Mr. Hollidge.
Sorry, I was feeling rather short-changed getting my 10 minutes worth, but I was thinking of something to add. All I could come up with was something I mentioned to you briefly this morning, which was the wording for the self-built housing policy. I don't think the plan is being positively prepared in relation to self-built housing. At your suggestion, I put forward some wording, and as you've probably seen, the council have crossed most of it out.
Well, I'll deal with that by way of regrets. That's okay. Good. Yes. Yes, Mr. Hardwick, did you wish to say anything?
If I may, thank you for letting me speak. I'd like to mention about the growth school site. You mentioned about changes I'd like to see. And my recommendation would be that instead of building 240 homes, that the site which would not sustain the traffic coming into Darwin Close to High Shoe, instead that the already existing sports area, the artificial area, is retained where it is, and a primary school which is badly needed in the area, as we've heard from other information, and even a community and early learning centre is based there where you can build, and the existing playing fields which were used extensively for football, rugby, cricket and athletics is maintained, and a certain amount of housing is built in the other suitable areas. This would then be an excellent facility for the area.
Okay.
And an extra exit or entry into Crowhurst Road, not into Hardship Road.
Okay, right. Thank you. So, Council, is it your view still that the development management plan is sound? If it's a yes, I think we could probably leave it at that.
I think by the fact that we're here today with a submitted document, obviously we do feel so, but if I may also pray the approximate sort of 5 minutes that we've offered others to comment. I think, firstly, sir, if I may just say on a minor typographical thing, we've already, as part of our Matter 7 submissions, indicated why we consider the plan to be sound.
Yeah.
But can I just, on that minor typographical matter, refer you to our paragraph 7.1.27, and where we actually are quoting from a paragraph from your 2013 report on the strategy, sir.
Right.
That should be paragraph 81 rather than
right.
50.
Yes.
So if I can just clear that up first.
Yeah.
But what I would like to say, obviously we feel that the 4 tests of soundness have been met, and one of those is to justify the plan based upon proportionate evidence. And whilst our submission to you, sir, on soundness by necessity has had to be brief. You are, I'm sure, aware, sir, from having to sort of carry in the various tea chests full of information, that the evidence base is much more extensive, and we would say that that was more than proportionate in terms of the plan. I would, however, just wish to highlight that we've obviously received a number of representations raising very strong objections to certain allocations in particular. And I think that is a perfectly understandable part of the planning process. Whenever sites come forward for development or come forward for allocation, one can expect objections. I think, sir, from the hearing sessions, that people will be perhaps more aware of the whole process of the local plan and the fact that we do have an obligation, as far as we are able to meet as much growth of those identified needs, but consistent with other policies and framework. And the difference between some of the discussions in this morning's session about housing needs and this afternoon's sessions about concerns on particular sites do, I think, demonstrate that difficult task that the council has, and that is now passed to you, sir, in terms of coming to your conclusions. So one or two people, I think, have possibly responded by objecting to the plan on the basis that we perhaps, in their opinion, have been maybe actually too positive in terms of trying to meet our needs. But that is necessary insofar as it is a requirement placed upon us. However, in essence, whilst there are understandable concerns in respect, in particular, of some allocations, we do not believe that those necessarily go to the heart of soundness or any of those four tests. However, having heard all of the objections and the concerns and having visited the sites, it is now for you to decide on the suitability or otherwise of allocated sites and indeed the potential inclusion of other emission sites. In respect to your next question on the agenda, sir, suggested measures to make the plan sound, I just wanted to remind, sir, that we have last July already published a schedule of proposed minor modifications, and I would just like, if I may, sir, to identify a number of other of those that we have agreed we are more than happy to put and incorporate into the plan as minor modifications. So we have agreed in respect of the positive planning that wherever possible we will be looking at our policies to take out the vagueness and to say planning permission will be granted where such criteria are met, and then in fewer situations planning permission will be refused where certain things happen. We have responded, I think, generally positively, sir, to your suggestion in respect of the convent site, and I remember agreeing with, I think it was Teresa Jarvis and possibly Maureen Jarvis, that we were perfectly happy to include in the text in the plan that we would consult English Heritage in respect of viability assessments and financial information that came through in respect of an application that was submitted, and along those lines of the English Heritage guidelines on enabling development. You will recall, however, that Ms Murphy said that, at that point those regulations would be invoked in any case in terms of the English Heritage advice. We have also, sir, and I think that it was a comment well made by Mrs Brown, we've responded positively, sir, to your suggested wording on the primacy of the development plan. So that once one has expended those resources and everybody has spent the time getting the plan in place, it is necessary, therefore, for the local authority to have the confidence to use that plan assertively in order to resist development that is seen unsuitable. And whilst I think a number of people have alluded to the fact that the plan fails, I think that their concerns are more that maybe the plan has failed rather than the plan fails. And it was this comment that was made about having the worth and the determination to take those through that were most recently, I think, also echoed by Dr. Joyce. We have also, sir, responded positively to your suggested text in respect of the design issues, and where there was some debate that once one puts indicative numbers in a policy, a developer will never go under that, And you have quite correctly, sir, indicated that the greater importance is the quality of the scheme, and we have actually, as you indicated a minute or so ago, suggested that it should be the principal as well as the greater importance being attached to the scheme. We have also, sir, been pleased, and a couple of other representations this afternoon has confirmed that in the main you appear to be with us in respect of the wording on DM3 and the space standards, and some of your site visits might have helped to confirm that view for you. We have also, where we felt it appropriate, entered into statements of common ground with landowners, which I hope has helped again in terms of showing a positive approach and measures which will help you, sir, in your report to move towards what we hope can be made a plan that is sound. We were also pleased, sir, that in respect of the debate that we had on ground conditions and instability, that there appeared to be a general consensus that these matters should be appropriately and adequately evidenced and addressed before planning permission were to be granted. And we agreed, sir, and Mr. Harman was giving evidence on behalf of the council that that was wording that we were also happy to see incorporated as a minor modification. We have responded also to Mr. Wise's representation in respect of translocation of species, and indeed, whilst there was some, I think, disquiet that the original report by Mr. Davidson in respect of the Robsack site was subsequently somewhat put to one side. It is nevertheless the case, sir, that this council is one of the very few that does have a qualified ecologist working for them, and he has again had a close involvement both in the plan and will continue to do so in respect of any applications where there are policies and policy wording in place to help protect those sites. I remember also, sir, in respect of the discussions we had at the hearing sessions around West Hill, that we also accepted and agreed that we were more than happy to accept wording that talked about the preservation of the aspect and open character of that area. So those again, sir, would be issues that we are happy to see as minor modifications. I think in fairness, Mr. Hollidge might have been a little harsh when he suggested we were in disagreement with much of his wording on self-build. We were broadly encouraging of self-build. The point I think that we were trying to make in our response is that we cannot allocate solely for self-build, because I'm sure that there would be then cries of outrage from other people that wanted to build open market. And then finally, sir, you will be aware that part of your deliberations also have to go to whether there are any main modifications that you feel are necessary in order to make the plan sound, and we have written formally to you requesting that you do make any such recommendations to us, yes, if you feel that to be the case. And my feeling is that were you to look at, for example, the inclusion of emission sites or the exclusion of allocations, you may feel that those would have to be dealt with as main modifications. I think, sir, that is all I wanted to say. I hope I've just about kept within my 5 minutes.
I think, yeah, I wasn't counting, but
thank you.
Good. Right, well, thank you all very much. We now come to the final thing, 6, my inspector's concluding remarks, which you've probably been waiting for.
5 minutes.
Right, well, yes. Well, first of all, I'm sure everybody will want to know when the report will be made available. I can't give you a date on that. It depends on a number of things. One of the things it will depend upon is when we get the County Council's statement, and also there must be provision for people to comment on it. Another unknown at this stage, of course, is whether or not there will be any main modifications. If there are any main modifications, or even if there's just one main modification, presumably the council will put it on deposit for the minimum 6-week period. Is that what you?
That is correct, sir. You may recall that I'd indicated that in whatever shape or form, yes, that would go out, as would indeed any schedule showing track changes or another form of the proposed minor modifications as well. And that would, as you say, be there for a 6-week minimum period of consultation to
Right.
receive comments.
Well, with those unknowns, I'm simply not able to give any indication of when the report will be available. I'd like to... Oh, the other thing is, can I just remind you of paragraph 11 in the notes of the pre-hearings meeting? It says that the second sentence, no further evidence would be accepted after the last hearing unless I asked for it. The programme officer would return any unsolicited correspondence. Obviously that doesn't apply to the County Council's statement, which is something that I have asked for. Well, just my thanks to everybody. I think first of all we should all express our thanks to the staff at this leisure centre. I think they've done an excellent job. So I don't know whether John's around, but I just wondered, Mr. Phillips, would it be appropriate to drop the staff here a letter of thanks? I think that would be rather nice.
I'm sure they would appreciate that, sir.
Right, thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Jonathan Austin for sorting out the sound. Thank you very much. You've done it very cheerfully.
Thank you, sir. Apologies for any squeaks and squawks along the way. Perhaps I need an allocation for an errors and omissions night.
Right, okay. And the programme officer, is Lynette around?
Yeah.
I think Lynette has done an absolutely marvellous job. And to express my thanks and everybody else's, I'd like to I can guarantee its quality because it's from Essex. So that's that. I haven't got any presents for anybody else, I'm afraid. Sorry. I'd now like to thank the council. I'd like to congratulate the council on all your hard work in preparing this development management plan and also for defending it at this examination. And in particular, Mr. Phillips and your staff, I'd like to thank you for the positive approach which you just recently outlined, and it's been a pleasure to meet you all, and I'm most grateful to you for your positive approach, your courtesy, and the way that you've assisted me. So thank you very much, very heartfelt thanks. Right, now I come to thank all the other participants. Yeah, I'm grateful to all your comments, you've been very helpful. I'm grateful particularly for the way that several of you have shown me around various sites, whatever the weather. And now I know that sometimes things have got a little heated, but if it's any consolation, I have been in higher temperatures elsewhere. And I know that any heat has been the result of your passion for the Hastings and St Leonards that you cherish, and I do respect you and admire you for that. So that's good. Well, I hope I haven't missed anybody else, but to all of you, I would like to thank you for your contributions. But I finish on a rather sad note. It is a sad day for me because unless we're here for any other reason, this will be my last hearing of my last inquiry or examination after 29 years of it. So the work has taken me as far south and west as St Austell, as far east as Lowestoft, and as far north as Newcastle on Tyne. And now it's all finished at the Horntye Sports Centre. Such is life. I wish you all well. Thank you again. Thank you.
I think I may say so, I'm on this side, on behalf of all of us down here, we've all said behind the scenes a wonderful job you make, and then pleasant to work with you.
Oh,
so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.